Hello. Evening, evening, evening. And we have a surprise tonight. Quacks showed up.
Yay.
Yay! Oh, let me put okay, the overlay's up. We are good. So, I really don't have a good opener. This has just been um I guess we can just dive in because we were just talking about this. It's been a kind of exhausting and mentally taxing investigation. A lot of ups and downs. How about it, Steph?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So tonight we're going to talk about the disappearance of Johnny Gosch, and we're watching it through the lens of an Emmy Award-winning news documentary that was done about it, called "Searching for Johnny 40 Years Later." And in between that, we're going to intersperse it with clips from various interviews we found with the people that were involved. But what Steph and I wanted to do before we began tonight, and Quacks, joining us too, is that as we talk about this, we have to remember that a child went missing over 40 years ago. His parents loved him. He had family and friends that loved him, and he hasn't been found. And so, as we talk about people involved in this, we need to, keep that in mind. And even though, some things about Noreen and conspiracies she's into or whatever, and things that she's doing with the case today, like we have to understand, like how that can affect you mentally and emotionally, like what an unbearable pain. So, we wanted to say that at the top. And also throughout this episode, there are warnings on my Twitch when you come in about like smoking language, different topics, but there will be sexual abuse talk in this because of the nature of the case, and very similar to Pizzagate today, I would say. But what would have been back then, there's 80s panic. Hey, Mer. Um, the 80s and 90s satanic panic, child trafficking stories, very much like the McMartin trial, things like that. Right, Steph? Do you have anything to add?
And I just want to say that, um, you know, we are talking about grieving parents and that grief process. And I speak from personal experience from losing my mom, but total different circumstance.
Yeah.
It scrambles your brain, and and I call them like Schrodinger's children. Are they dead? Are they alive? We will never know until a body or a living person is found. And to me, that I get a little choked up over this. That is the worst,
It's
and that
okay.
that can do messed up things to you. And the mother, you're carrying that baby. I've never had a kid, never been pregnant, but I know how I would feel if something happened to my cat. I know this sounds stupid. Or my friend's son, or your children even. I know that
Yes.
the pain is always different for a mother than a father. And so we do have to keep in mind that this is a grieving mother who even before her child disappeared, like, she had other traumas. And so her brain was kind of scrambled from the start, but that does not completely let her off the hook. For You'll kind of see along the way that she basically kind of fucked her own son's case in a lot of
Yeah.
respects. And she like defames and accuses people who try to take the case on if that person's idea of what happened doesn't match hers. And that's just
Exactly.
not, that's not good.
No, it's really not. Um, Briefly up in the corner, the pictures you're seeing here, the top left on the screen there, that is John Gosch Sr. He was also known as Johnny sometimes by some people, and Noreen. Those are the parents. And in the middle is the missing poster. They have updated it on the Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and they age progressed him too. And then in the top right, hi Scott, is Noreen and John today. And then below them, you'll see the missing milk carton because Johnny Gosch was one of
One of
several,
I think
children, very
the
first
first was Eaton Pates, I believe.
that appeared on milk cartons. And then the bottom left, we have Ted Gunderson. And then you'll get to know these names as we go along. In the middle there, we have John DeCamp. And in the right, we have Paul Bonacci. He is like a thorn in my side, this guy. Scott found my screaming Alex Jones emote I made. I made it with AI because that way I wouldn't get, because on Twitch you have to be careful using photos and stuff.
Oh, that's great. Uh-oh. Did you go somewhere? Oh no, I think you might have killed her power. Are you still there, Quacks?
I'm still there.
Okay.
I'm back. Pennsylvania
okay,
internet. It might
okay.
happen sometimes. I'm sorry, PA internet. It's been, well, we had
Service Electric.
a bad storm. Yeah, in the past 2 days we had some really bad weather, so I think that's what's going on. Okay, let's see here. Screen share. Let me get this video up here. All right, perfect. Yes, let's not kill Scott's internet this time. Okay, so this is Searching for Johnny. It was done in, let me scroll down here, September 5th of 2022, searching for him 40 years later. And I think they do a pretty good job of this. And then we'll interdisperse, like I said, once they introduce a character. And Steph, you have the Google Docs too, so don't let me forget if I miss something. But we have different things we'll add in as we go
And
along.
I just wanted to add in because it gets, when you have to dig through all these conspiracy theories and stuff to get to the core of what really happened, like you have to keep in mind this is a 12-year-old boy.
Exactly.
And, you know, just keep that in mind, that the heart of all this is a 12-year-old boy. Sorry. Go ahead and whenever you're ready.
Trying to be ready. Jesus Christ. One more time it does that to me. I unplugged my Ethernet cable and plugged it back in. So let's see if that works. Okay, sorry.
Wants to know what happened so it doesn't happen again. And we definitely want to know too.
What happened to Johnny Gosch?
His family started asking that question 40 years ago today. And 4 decades later, Johnny's parents still face each day with that painful unknown.
When this happened and the reality sunk in that these people took Johnny, I thought, 48 hours.
I apologize. There are, let me pause real quick.
Well,
there are no closed captionings on this video from this news station. I apologize, but after it's done to YouTube, the auto captions will be on there. So for anybody, if you have an ability that, you need the captions on there, if you need those, they will be on YouTube.
Oh, I apologize, Scott. I didn't know there was a new link for the Twitch. I'm sorry.
didn't.
I cannot believe that somebody has not come forward with information or whatever.
Tonight, KCCI visits the West Des Moines neighborhood where Johnny vanished while on his paper route, leaving his red wagon and bundles of news.
Yes, Steph, I rebranded everything. Sorry to stop this again. I changed everything like we discussed, like what I was going to do because I have 2 YouTube channels now. So I changed everything to 6 Degrees of Stew except for my original YouTube channels into the Stewniverse. So everything got,
papers behind.
It shaped just the rest of my life. Like, you don't stop thinking about it.
We'll take you inside the investigation, showing you what's still being done to this day to find Johnny.
This particular case, it is still open and active at this time.
We also ask whether there's any connection between Johnny Gosch and 2 other missing Iowa boys.
Nothing, just nothing. It was like it never happened. It was like he never happened.
Does that hurt as a brother?
Yeah.
The mystery that captivated central Iowa shattered a sense of safety and made parents hold their children a little tighter starts right now.
KCCI 8 News presents Searching for Johnny 40 years later.
Good evening, I'm Steve Carlin.
And I'm Stacy Horse.
And we're at the corner of 42nd Street and Marquardt Lane in West Des Moines, the exact location of where 12-year-old Johnny Gosch was last seen alive.
Over the next hour, we will go over everything we have learned in the
Now we got to go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual.
Libby, where's the golf cart?
40 years since Johnny Gosch disappeared from this corner and the questions that still remain.
And we begin tonight with how it all started.
Police are looking for this boy, 12-year-old Johnny Gosch. He's the son of Mr. and Mrs. John Gosch of 1004 45th Street in West Des Moines.
I can't
The
imagine.
boy was last seen this morning about 6 o'clock as he began his paper route in front of Valley United Methodist Church at 42nd and Ashworth.
That was September 5th, 1982. 40 years later, Johnny Gosch is still missing. The case remains unsolved.
At first, West Des Moines police treated the disappearance as an abduction and launched a big search that included several law enforcement agencies. By the end of the first day, police said they no longer believed that it was an abduction, and they started to treat the case as a missing person or runaway incident. 3 days after Johnny's disappearance, reality set in for his parents, John and Noreen Gosch.
Yet, as they told KCCI 40 years ago, they were still hopeful their son would be found alive.
Day one was shocked that this kind of atrocity could happen. It just doesn't seem like it could happen in your neighborhood 2 blocks from your house. The second day, you realize it really is happening. And finally, by today, it's just gripping every single minute of the day, worrying about his safety, whether he's warm, whether he's had food. All of these things that when days go by, you just wonder if he's even going to come back.
A couple of months into the search, investigators had a composite sketch of a man wanted for questioning, but didn't release it to the public or to Johnny's parents. So the Gosches, along with the private investigator they hired, released their own composites in hopes of...
I think that was the dude you were talking about that was sitting there in that leisure suit beside them on the
Jimmy
couch, their
Boots?
first investigator
Jimmy
guy.
Boots? Okay.
Yeah. I think that's the
He's
first
a
one.
nutcase, too.
Yeah. They did not have great investigators this whole case at all.
generating leads.
And while they waited for those tips to come in, the first big family holiday without their son approached.
Our mode of thinking for Thanksgiving Day in this house will not be a negative tone. We'll miss Johnny. There's an empty chair. And anytime the family circle cannot be together, it's bad, it's sad. But we are going to remain thankful because we have not had a dead body to contend with.
As they worked to bring Johnny home, the Gosches also lobbied locally and nationally to raise awareness about missing children. 2 years after Johnny's disappearance, the Iowa legislature passed the Johnny Gosch bill into law, requiring law enforcement to immediately investigate missing child cases. Months later, the action went national when President Reagan signed the Missing Children's Act.
Then, 3 years later in 1988, the FBI provided...
I wanted to say something, but go ahead. Like, I'll remember what I wanted to say. I was like figuring out where I'd put it.
Noreen isn't exactly, in a lot of cases, she's not a reliable narrator, but I do believe her because her ex-husband John Sr. has corroborated this, that the cops took their time getting there. The cops were immediately like, oh, he's a runaway, because that was what everyone said back then. There was no
protocol back then, yeah.
There was no immediacy. No. And cops today will still try and pull this shit on people. Like, you have to wait 24 hours. And I just want everyone to know out there, if you're ever in a situation where you think a loved one has gone missing or you're fearful for their safety and you call the police and they tell you you have to wait 24 hours, you tell them flat out that is fucking bullshit, because that is not true. And some cops will still try and push this to this day. But the thing is, so much of this case was fucked up from the start by the police. And that's why they got these private investigators involved, and then the private investigators started infusing conspiracy theories. If the cops had done their job from the start,
well, sure,
yeah,
who knows what evidence would have been there
exactly.
if they had gone to it right
Yep,
away, but they
yep,
waited and dawdled and yeah.
yep.
You know, time is precious with missing kids, and John Gosch, when we get to different clips of his, and I'll post a video, he actually has all the statistics of if you start looking and, like, the longer the time goes the kid has been taking, how your chances decrease
Yeah,
of having them returned to
but
you alive, and, like, he's
48
really
hours,
educated himself.
and like there's some kind of like mathematical calculation that like the odds of death increase by this much within this time period and within this time
Yeah,
period.
he has it all. I mean, he's
Yeah.
amazing.
And also do keep in mind and understand that the cases where they are found alive years later, they're very rare, but they do exist. We have the Dugard case, we have Colleen Stan. That there were other ones too, where the people
Steven?
Castro, yeah, Steven Stainer, the guy in Ohio who had those 3 women like locked up for like 10 years. There are some cases, but that is the extreme rarity. So keep that
That's the
in
exception,
mind.
not the rule in these cases.
Yes.
Yeah. I wanted to say to mention here, and I can't remember if it's in this documentary, so I just wanted to mention it because it was on my mind. I don't know if it's true or not, but Noreen, because we're going to get to that America's Most Wanted, and this is leading into at the same time where they're passing this law, they also help in the creation of the Center for Missing and Exploited Children with John Walsh. Hi, Sandy. But apparently Noreen knew him previous to that. They were at like some events and stuff because both of their children's kidnappings were high profile. So she kind of knew John before. So they had that relationship when it leads up to, of course, he's going to do that. Wackadoo America's, what's that? What was the show called? America's Most Wanted episode.
And it did do some good. They caught John List, who was a family annihilator from New
Yeah.
Jersey. But I wanted to say also that I had this huge amount of respect for both Noreen Gosch and John Walsh. And digging into this case more this time, I've kind of lost some respect.
Yeah, it's something else. That's what I said. You find John List and then you get yourself into this stuff.
A new way to help find Johnny. For the first time, the investigators used face aging technology on a missing person. That technology worked off the last picture taken of Johnny, combining some of his features with those of his parents to create the picture.
I've been thinking, what would it be like if he were brought into the room today? You know, how's he going to have changed? Will he have a beard? Will he, you know, he would be obviously old enough to shave now. All these changes
like it really does.
that other kids gradually go through, we will be faced with on the spot. And it'll be a shock for both he and us if he is found alive.
It's 1991. Nebraska prison inmate Paul Benassi comes forward with a startling claim.
After this part plays about Paul, then I will. So Quacks, you're going to want to be on deck because I'm going to play Paul's interview where Michael Aquino comes up a lot. So we'll listen to this and we'll talk about Paul Bonacci.
And strap yourselves in because this is where the case goes batshit.
Yes. Yes. And it's going to get worse. Hi, K2.
That a network of pedophiles forced him to help abduct Johnny Gosch. Benassi was serving time for sexual assault on a child. West Des Moines police never did question Benassi on their own.
Noreen Gosch was called to testify in his 1999 trial, and that's when she made a bombshell claim of her own, that Johnny visited her in her home 2 years earlier for about an hour.
He told me how he was kidnapped. At first he was so drugged that he didn't know where he was at, but he could then relate some of the names of the people that were around him, that he was able to latch on to names. He told me how they traveled all over the country. They were used for pornography, prostitution, compromising businessmen and politicians sexually. These kids were used in a royal fashion like none of us would ever dream of.
A West Des Moines police officer said that Noreen had told similar stories before, only to recant them later. There were never any witnesses that verified her claim.
John Gosch, who by then was...
Okay. Because they brought up, and I'm sure they talk about Paul Bonacci more in this, I am going to pull up 1 second here.
Let
me scroll down.
With the visit that she supposedly had from adult Johnny, it was early in the morning. She was living alone. There were no witnesses to this event. Johnny supposedly only stayed for an hour. And his story was that they stole a car and they were living on a nearby Indian reservation. And season 1 of the podcast faded out. The host actually interviewed a white woman who had lived for a time on an Indian reservation. And she said there's no way that you just walk in there unless you're married to someone there, unless you have family there, especially if you're a white person. You don't just walk onto an Indian reservation. So there are a lot of elements of Noreen's story that are bullshit.
Yes. So what I'll do is we'll do Paul Bonacci, and because she started to tell that story, I'm going to go into her Ted Gunderson too. So we're going to break in here and have a little conspiracy hodgepodge, some might say. Anyways, but got to lighten the mood somehow with all of this stuff. So briefly, I'm just going to read a little bit about Paul Bonacci before I play this clip. So I don't have a lot here. Paul Bonacci is a convicted sex offender who, while serving a prison sentence in the early 90s, claimed to have participated in the abduction of Johnny Gosch. Bonacci stated that he was part of a child prostitution ring and was forced to help kidnap Johnny in 1982. He described being manipulated and abused from a young age and said he was compelled to recruit and abduct other children for the ring. Bonacci provided details about Johnny that Noreen claims were not widely publicized. They were, such as a scar on Johnny's tongue, a burn scar on his leg, and a stammer when upset. These specifics led Noreen Gosch, Johnny's mother, to find his account credible, though law enforcement and the FBI did not consider Bonacci a credible witness and did not formally interview him. Police later ruled him out as a suspect after his siblings placed him in Omaha at the time of Johnny's disappearance. Bonacci's story includes graphic allegations. He claimed he and another boy were ordered to sexually abuse Johnny while their handlers took photos, and that Johnny was later seen at a Colorado house, Michael Aquino's house, used to hold trafficked children. Bonacci also linked the Gosch case to the broader Franklin scandal, which involved allegations of child sex trafficking and abuse by powerful individuals. And we'll talk about that when it comes up later on in the video. So let me get to this and my timestamps. Oh, shh, Paul. Okay. Is it right screen sharing? Okay, perfect. Make it bigger and okay. So Paul Bonacci also claimed that he had multiple personality disorder, which is now known as DID. And this is an interview that he did about the Franklin scandal. He was being deposed for it. And so you're going to see him when he transforms into one of his other personalities, this first clip. And it is at 021. Let me go back here. And this is a guy that Noreen still believes to this day and says he deserves a gold star. Let me get the transcript up here real quick. Okay, I think that's back a little bit more. Oh, I had it. Okay.
I want to ask the the plaintiff if he understands that we are now on videotape, that this deposition is being videotaped.
Yes.
When we last spoke, was the witness assuming the identity of Paul Bonacci?
Yes.
Who is the witness now?
Can I make a suggestion that we have both the plaintiff and his counsel acknowledge that they have no objection pursuant to the rules which provide for notice of videotape deposition, that they're agreeable to this portion of the deposition being taped?
We certainly should do that. Is plaintiff and plaintiff's counsel agreeable to proceeding for a period of time with the video deposition?
Not only am I in agreement, I would join in the request, and that's what I would think is good, yes.
Yes.
Again, what witness what personality is the plaintiff assuming at this moment in time?
Wesley.
Is it possible for the plaintiff to go back into the personality of Paul for a few minutes?
Wait for the transformation.
It's possible.
This is not how DID works.
Can the witness do that?
Or it manifests itself, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Is the witness now Paul Benassi?
No.
Would the witness become Paul Benassi for a few moments?
So absurd.
Paul? Yeah. Okay.
Is Paul Benassi now the witness? And Paul Benassi has been sworn to tell the truth. Is that your understanding, Mr. Benassi? Mr. Benassi, I asked you a series of questions prior to the time that we took a break. The gist of which related to your ability.
Okay, so that's just the first clip, just to show you, and he'll do this throughout the interview. He's going to go to another personality, I believe, too. I forget the name, but that's also happens in the case with and Ken. Yeah, I know Sandy. Kenneth Bianchi, who is one of the Hillside Stranglers, did this as well, and he got busted. Like, that's not the way DID manifest itself
they're not
at all.
aware.
You can't just go.
They're not usually aware of the
Yeah,
others.
you can't just. No, you can't just go. Hold on, let me get my other personality real quick. Like,
yeah, like, oh, I'm going
no.
to take a math test. It's time to conjure up, Mark, because he's really good at math.
Yeah. No, it doesn't work that way at all. Okay. And we're going to see this again. Let's see, 1146.
And this was rampant back in the 80s and the 90s.
Oh, it sure was.
And the Sybil book, that was all bullshit. Most of those famous cases of multiple personality that came about in the 80s and 90s, all bullshit, all debunked. And here's the thing: there are actual cases of people who have dissociative identity disorder, and
100%, yes.
These fakers, these bullshit artists, make the real cases harder to believe.
They sure do. That's about Sybil, in case anybody wants to. I had that on hand, on deck and ready. So here, I don't know, Wesley shows up again out of nowhere. So, he's going from Wesley to Bonacci and transforming. So we're going to see another short transformation here while he talks too. I just want to show, I'm setting the stage for how unreliable this is. And then he's going to talk further about how he was programmed in Project Monarch, which is Quacks is going to be great for this. But this is all within this interview. And they treat him, not the police or anything, right? They're like, get out of here. This guy he's a sexual predator. He's been in jail. And he's coming out and doing all this stuff. They're like, nah, get out of here.
I think Steph knows more about Monarch than I do.
I said accurate. Information is accurate.
I learned a lot.
That is it. Completeness? No. I have been saying that for the last 10 minutes. Complete? No.
So, in other words, you could get on the witness stand at the time of trial, and you intend to, I assume. Is that correct?
Yes.
And testify that there were other personalities that weren't present at the deposition or weren't integrated, and you now have new memories about facts.
Not new memories, they're old memories that simply have not been stated before. And I am not Paul right now, I am Wesley.
Why are you Wesley now?
Because I am tired of you people doing this to him. I was attempting to make everything go away all of the time. I don't care about any of this stuff.
Why are you here then?
Why? Because I'm tired of what you're doing to Paul. I'm tired of what you're doing to him.
What is it that we're doing to Paul?
What is it that you're doing to him? You're questioning him, you're sitting there saying things that don't make any sense.
Do you understand, Wesley, that Paul brought this lawsuit? This is Paul's lawsuit.
No, Paul didn't bring the lawsuit.
Who brought the lawsuit?
Mikey brought the lawsuit.
Why is the name on the petition and the complaint listed as Paul?
Because we had to go under Paul Bonassi's name because he's the body.
Well, who's Mikey?
Mikey's a personality.
That's done twice.
Who contains more information than Paul ever did, because Paul's life was just like nothing.
So the defendants and the jurors are not going to be able to rely on the reliability of what Paul's told us?
Yes, they are. What I'm saying is that Mikey is the one who...
It really was, Sandy Hill. You nailed it. Yep. Very gullible. And hi, Mac and Cheese Bites got here. I saw Taylor came, and who else showed up? Mac and Cheese, Taylor, and there was someone else. If I missed you, I apologize, but I did see. Yeah, it is very reminiscent of that. Okay, a few more minutes of this. I think it's one more minute.
Started relating memories in 1986. He is the one who went to NPI. He is the one who started telling the police everything. That is why from 1986 till the time I graduated, people called me Mike and not Paul. Paul couldn't understand why people called him Mike. But Paul's information that he has given is true and is accurate because he has gotten all the information from the other personalities that have integrated with him. They have not him.
Mr. Who are you now?
Wesley.
Wesley, let me just give you an example.
Okay, there we go. That's that to show a little bit. And here we are going to have John DeCamp, who is his lawyer who started this whole shit show sandwich with Paul Bonacci, comes in. 1707.
Mac and cheese, yeah, that's the claim. And everyone was so stupid back then that they just bought it.
Yeah, exactly.
For the record, this is the first time Wesley's ever been out or I've ever had any.
If Wesley contains all of the memories, why hasn't Wesley been present to testify so that there could be a complete record in this case?
Why? Like I said, I didn't want anything to do with this.
But
until today, I was totally against him. I was totally against Paul, against Mikey. I hated what they were doing. How do you think it makes me look to sit there and remember that I was a prostitute, to remember that I used drugs, to remember that I did those things? I don't like to remember those things.
All unfounded.
I don't want to bring those up. That's why I have tried to destroy them.
Okay, that's just a little bit of that. And now, here we go. Dun, dun, dun. This is Project Monarch and how he was put into all of this, why he's going to talk about it. We can discuss what it is too after the clip plays. But he is going to talk, let him talk first, and then we'll explain afterwards what Okay, 2328.
That information under direct orders.
Orders by whom?
I cannot say.
Mr. DeCamp, would you please instruct your client when he has to answer these questions?
Yes. You're supposed to answer these questions. Does this have to do with Monarch?
Yes.
If I use the code, will that help? Which I just obtained in the last hour.
He just obtained the code in the last hour to activate him from Project Monarch so he can talk. Let's listen.
D6413782, program XPY Eagle Alex Hope. Please go ahead and answer all questions.
I was created by a government program.
Which government program?
Monarch.
And what is Monarch?
Monarch is an operation that was created by the United States government to create spies for other countries. They use children for the purpose that they are easily integrated into multiple personalities because they can dissociate. Monarch is a program that is run by Michael Angelo Aquino, who was an Army Reserve colonel at Presidio. He is also the leader of the Temple of Set. He also runs a child daycare center. He also is involved in human sacrifice.
Is he employed by the United States?
Yes.
At what facility?
Presidio, California.
Is that in San Francisco area? Presidio
Yes.
Naval.
Okay, let's pause here before we go further so that, Steph, if you want to explain Project Monarch first, and then we can have Quacks talk a little bit about Michael Aquino, about, just who the dude was in general, and he wasn't sacrificing children or, doing a ring like this. Go ahead, Steph.
Well, three of the big names with the whole Project Monarch thing are Arizona Wilder, Kathy O'Brien, and I believe Fritz Springmeier. I put some links in the chat. Arizona Wilder is hard to find information on. So I'm just going to read a description from a David Icke video called Revelations of a Mother Goddess. Basically, David Icke hosts an interview with Arizona Wilder, formerly Jennifer Green, who was programmed and trained to conduct satanic rituals by Joseph Mengele from the Nazi death camps of World War II. She described how she conducted rituals in which the Queen Mother, and other members of the British royal family sacrificed children in satanic ceremonies. She talks of the same experiences with Henry Kissinger, George Bush, Bill Clinton.
Gotta love it, right?
Rockefeller and Rothschild families.
This is no laughing matter, Steph.
Jeez Louise. Be serious, Steph.
And basically, I think it started with Springmeier. If I'm correct, Quacks, like the whole Monarch thing kind of started with him.
I'm not really sure. It's one of those things I've always meant to look into more, and I've never been able to make it all the way through the whole bloodlines thing.
It's basically supposed to be a continuation of MK Ultra. Now we know MK Ultra was real. We know that they did really bad shit in this country and in Canada, and we know it was in Canada it was done at a psychiatric hospital. So it was real, and the ultimate goal was to create Manchurian candidates. However, you can brainwash someone. You can't mind control.
No, brainwashing's not real.
Well, I mean,
you can coerce.
Yeah.
There's no scientific studies to support brainwashing.
And there's definitely nothing to support mind control. And what these people did, and I don't know their whole background or whatever, but a lot of them had suffered some kind of abuse, and then they decided to do the regressive hypnotism thing, which was
regress memories, right?
Used with UFO abductees, and it creates something called false memory syndrome. And Kathy O'Brien, I think, married her hypnotist or something like that. The same thing happened with the Sybil case. Like, she married the person who drew these.
Michelle remembers?
Yeah, Michelle remembers too. All of this crazy stuff kind of got linked in with the Project Monarch thing, and it's basically mind control sex slaves operating for the CIA. I mean, the closest thing that we have evidence for anything like that happening was Project Midnight Climax, which was part of MK Ultra, where basically some pervy like agents would sit in a room with a one-way mirror and watch prostitutes dose their johns. I'm sorry, sex workers. I apologize. Watch sex workers dose their johns with LSD unknowingly and then fuck them. And then these agents were just sitting there watching and masturbating from behind a mirror. Hey, good work. But there
we
was,
just assumed that they were masturbating.
I mean,
Yeah, we assume.
yeah, I
we don't
mean,
know.
what
if they
else are
were.
you going to do?
Take notes.
Drink brandy.
Tips.
She
Get some
seemed
tips.
to like it more when he touched her left boob than her right one. And
Yes.
you know, and I do want to be clear: sexual abuse of all ages, all races, all genders does take place every day, every country in the world, and there have been there's been some evidence that turned up that Fred and Rose West, a serial killer couple in England, in Gloucester, had been interacting with another pedophile couple not that far away. Doesn't conclusively say there was a pedophile ring, but, you know, there are real things out there that are happening, but then this just destroys the credibility of real people who have been sexually
Real
abused.
victims.
Yeah, and it's disgusting.
Yep, I
And
agree.
Kathy O'Brien and Arizona Wilder, I think, if I remember correctly, Arizona Wilder might have been the one who later said that David Icke was taking a nap on her sofa, and while he was asleep, she saw him transform into a reptilian.
Yes.
So
you are correct.
And I think that's where the link comes, because, you know, QAnon gets all freaked out about butterflies. I think that's where that kind of comes from, because that's a reference to the Project Monarch.
Yes.
And if you remember, there was a big thing at a monarch butterfly sanctuary a few years back where a bunch of QAnon people were like, "Rah!" Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Sure did. How about our boy Michael Aquino sacrificing kids and his child ring? Not true? And what can you tell us about Michael Aquino, Quacks? In a nutshell, I guess, is what I'm asking.
I believe it's pronounced Aquino, but
Aquino, so I was saying it right? Okay.
I
kept bouncing back and forth. I'm like, Aquino. Okay.
Yeah, he got wrapped up in the whole like satanic panic accusations. He was a member of the Anton LaVey's Satanic Church, Church of Satan, and then he broke off and started his own thing, with some debate with Anton LaVey, mostly around Anton LaVey selling memberships basically to the interior degrees.
Yes.
So he was a bit more on the theistic satanic side. Like he actually believed that there's some sort of, you know, Satan power.
Lucifer, Satan.
Yeah, whereas, you know, but for him it's Set. So
Yeah.
that's why you get the Church of Set or Temple of Set. Oh, I'm messing everything up today. He was a military officer and he got a lot of accusations against him, and they proved to be absurdly off base. Like the kid that described his supposed house, mapped out his house. It looked absolutely nothing like his house. Aquino wasn't even there when the stuff was supposed to have happened. So, you know, the child abuse or child sacrifice accusations against him are bunk for everything that we know that came out. But, you know, because he was wrapped up in this, of course, you know, anyone that wants to say that they're part of some military satanic project is going to bring up Michael Aquino, whether it's this guy, QAnon, or Jim Stewartson, or
JS. Yep.
And what part of the army was he in?
He was in psychological operations.
Yep.
Yes. And that's what gets everybody. They're like, oh, so, and then you throw in the child thing and like, oh, he was a Satanist. Let's, take that further, and satanic panic. And like Jim Stewartson is like one of the main purveyors, or has been, of that lie that he did all these different things. Not the actual sacrificing children, but the child ring. And I'm like, you can't spread this stuff. It's factually, it's not correct.
Jim has accused him of sacrificing kids. And
Taylor.
The funny thing is, all of Jim's conspiracy theory stuff about him developed right out of the Q adjacent documentary Out of Shadows, which came out like a month before Jim Stewartson came on the scene and decided to put together his theory about how QAnon came about. So, that was really big in the zeitgeist of the studying, QAnon thing at the time. So Jim incorporated that right in there.
Yes, he did. Well, thank you, Quacks. And there's going to be more. I'm sure you're going to want to jump in. Now that we've got our explanations out of the way, we can continue, because he goes on for a little bit here about the codes and stuff. So just tell me to pause when you need to, because this is at 25:21 and we're going to go to 35:20. So, because he really gets going.
Do you know what rank Michael
I didn't
Aquino
cut it off. It's so interesting.
Is he currently employed there?
I am not aware of the current situation.
Now, describe the program again, the Monarch program.
Monarch, as I said, was a program that used children to make multiple personalities for future use as spies and as a way to take over the United States government. The personalities were created at the first.
Who was intending to take over the United States government?
I do not know that information.
Illuminati.
Did you understand Mr. Aquino to be working on behalf of the United States or against the United States?
I believed he was working on behalf of the United States.
So some segment of the United States was trying to take over the United States government?
The plan that Aquino had in it was he wanted to usher in the Antichrist,
dun, dun, dun.
Which is talked about in the Bible.
This was a government-sponsored program?
Yes.
Okay. You were 7 years old at the time that you were recruited?
I was actually 3 years old when it first began, but I was not created until later on.
Who created you?
I was created by Monarch.
Do you mean Mr. Aquino? Who in Monarch created you?
I was created by Monarch. I do not know who.
What were you told when you were 4 years old that you recall now about the Monarch program?
When I first got involved, I was molested by an airman from Offutt Air Force Base who was involved in Monarch. His job was to recruit kids from the local neighborhood who he could make.
Just another content warning as we go along. I'll try to throw these in as we go along, but there are discussions of child sexual abuse. These are unfounded stories from him. He's a complete liar and bullshit artist, and he obviously does not have multiple personality disorders, but just so you know. And he doesn't get graphic or anything like into details, but I just wanted people to be aware if this is something you can't handle, then,
And it's interesting.
The warning's there for you.
It's interesting that Taylor said if he mentions Pendragon, I'm out, because the Pendragon case, Captain Mark Richards, the secret space program stuff, there's a lot of similarities.
Oh, I missed that comment.
With the stories between the secret space program people and the Project Monarch people. They all say they were taken as children and put in some kind of weird training program and stuff like that. It's always that, taken as a child, put in some weird training thing. And I even actually, one whack job I used to work with at the Halloween store, like I think it was 2 seasons ago, he was like, yeah, I was kidnapped and put in a cage as a little kid by the CIA. And I'm like, you need some fucking help, dude.
Uh-oh. Right?
But yeah, there are similarities between the secret space program bullshit and the Project Monarch bullshit.
I was just thinking, I cannot believe Carrie Cassidy has not got her hands into this dude at some point, but she never did. There's no interviews that I've ever seen.
Really, that's, I mean, that's,
I haven't seen any.
That's prime,
I'll have to dig now, but I'm curious.
That's prime pickings.
I know, right? For her.
Yeah, they're back in 20.
Doing traumatic things to them at a very young age.
Yep.
Later on, when they get to
Taylor
school age, they would simply pick me up at school, and I would, or two, for training.
Now, is it your testimony that there was a United States plan or plot which intended to create multiple personality syndrome or dissociative personalities in children?
Yes, to my knowledge.
And that you were a victim of a plot of the United States, and that's when your multiple personalities first began to develop?
Yes.
When did you become aware that you were part of Monarch?
I knew that I was aware of Monarch the whole time, as Wesley.
From 4 years old forward?
At my creation.
1974.
Yes.
So that would be from 7 years forward. You were aware of the creation of Wesley and the plan and the concept of the United States to cause you to dissociate.
Yes.
And now, what is your understanding of the reason that Monarch wanted children with dissociative disorders or multiple personality disorders?
Because if one was captured in the future spying, the personality or the person that was captured would go into a personality that would have no useful information. There would be other personalities that would come out that would render the person to seem hallucinatory or to seem as if he was indeed crazy. In fact, their program, which was named Star Wars, was
you
in fact...
got it. Go ahead.
Okay, this is actually close to what MK Ultra was actually trying to do.
Okay.
One of the early projects with MK Ultra, which, by the way, wasn't MK Ultra stuff. Or before you said that, you know, it was to do this one thing. It actually had quite a few psychological projects wrapped up in it.
Okay. Okay, I apologize.
One of them was to create couriers. It was one of the earliest things in MK Ultra. They wanted to be able to implant memories, so if somebody was tortured, that they wouldn't be able to reveal it because it wasn't in that identity, but then they would be able to trigger them with a keyword and bring them back to the different personality, who would then be able to reveal the data, so that they would have these couriers impervious to torture. And you know, I'd say rather obviously that didn't work, but you know, that's what he's riffing off here. This isn't just coming out of his ass. Anyway,
I wonder how much, because DeCamp is into the militia movement and like the government and spying on you and stuff this time too. He's representing like different militias, and he's getting into that patriot movement that's growing at this time period as well. His lawyer, how much he fed him information and how he like discovered Paul Bonacci in prison, like where he got, some of these ideas put through him, or if it was prison talk guys, in the prison talking or what, because I know they also say, like when the parents come to visit him in jail, when the dad does originally, he's like, what's his prison look like to a guard? And all of his walls were covered with Johnny Gosch material. So he had everything. So it's almost like he was giving all the pieces of the puzzle to create this fantastical story.
And DeCamp also was the attorney for Jeffrey McDonald, who was a family annihilator who killed his wife and daughter on an army base. And then I think he faked some kind of injury to make it look like someone else did the whole thing. And, he was warding them off. And DeCamp created this defense that some Charles Manson-esque cult did it, and DeCamp even promised favors and a role in a Hollywood movie to a woman if she would testify that she was there and she was part of this murder cult. But guess what? Occam's razor. It was a family annihilator. I mean, there was no acid is groovy cult. And I mean, the fact that DeCamp was associated with that should have gotten him disbarred.
And that's the guy who's in this deposition with him. When you saw that big guy sitting back and saying, that's who's in here with him right now, DeCamp.
And I have another suspicion about John DeCamp. Looking through his book, just on the first few pages, when he mentions the names in the introduction, all of the names are in all caps. So I'm wondering if he might have been a sovereign citizen attorney.
I wouldn't be surprised when he talks. Ward gets a clips of him. You'll hear him. Boy, he's a patriot.
And I just want to read
a program in which
I just wanted to say that the podcast True Crime Garage did a 2-part series on Johnny Gosch, and at the end they recommended DeCamp's book. So hey, True Crime Garage, go fuck yourselves.
Quit watching that show.
I stopped.
Podcast. In my opinion,
yeah,
it's trash.
It is trash. It's a trash show.
we were taken aboard so-called alien spacecrafts, which were in tunnels in Colorado, which were not real spaceships, nor were they real aliens. We were simply induced with drugs so that we would not render reality to anything that we would see. And later on, if we ever related this information, it would come out and appear as if we were crazy.
So you were trained actually to be a spy?
Yes.
On behalf of the program known as Monarch?
Yes.
For the purpose of ultimately taking over the government of the United States?
Yes.
More or less.
And the reason that you were and the reason that the individuals in charge of the program wanted children with dissociative personalities or multiple personalities was so that they would not reveal the information that they gathered if captured in one of their other personas.
Yes, if captured or in any other normal activity.
Were you paid for your work in Monarch?
No.
How long did you work for Monarch?
I do not consider it working for them. I consider it more or less them being in control of me. From 19, as I said, probably 1970 until 19...
Uh-oh. I do math. I can't remember.
93.
Are you currently controlled by Monarch?
Yes.
I have a question.
Fearful of the consequences of what you have revealed?
Okay, let's all play a little game here. Let's pretend that this Project Monarch thing is real. Let's just use our imaginations for a second. How is he allowed to testify? How is he allowed to?
Didn't you hear the code word? It unlocked him.
Oh, okay. I'm
Steph.
I'm sorry.
Duh.
It like I just well, okay, so who gave him the code word? Was that the camp?
Yes, and DeCamp said he just got it an hour beforehand. He just received the code.
Jeez,
but doesn't say from who.
How is this even allowed in court?
How is this real life? That this guy's story is still being told and people believe it? They believe Bonacci?
Like, no, but even this deposition, this should have been thrown out. I'm not a lawyer, but this is all bullshit. You can't, Jesus Christ.
Mark Bankston would have run circles around this guy. He would have made him break, and that multiple personality would have disappeared real quick.
Oh, yeah. Or what? Well, there was that one movie with Ed Norton where he murders someone and then he fakes that he has multiple personalities and claims that another personality did it. And like the prosecutor, while he's on the witness stand, the prosecutor like presses his buttons and he breaks character, and they're like, aha.
Mm-hmm. That's essentially what kind of happens to Kenneth Bianchi. Like, yeah, he gets caught up. Dumb.
Field here today. Are you fearful that Monarch will somehow? Do you feel that you're at risk by what you have revealed?
Yes.
Have you felt threatened in the past by the members of Monarch?
Yes.
And when did you start feeling threatened by members of Monarch?
From the breakdown of the multiple personality system, which happened in 1986, which allowed me to start revealing memories that other personalities contained about abuses.
So once
and I want to point
the breakdown started to occur, you became fearful that you were at risk.
Waiting, Hunter, I got you. There we go. He's under my feet acting.
I've heard Bonacci give other interviews, and this was mentioned in the Faded Out podcast. When Bonacci's on the stand, he sounds scripted.
Oh, very much, right?
Here's my conspiracy theory. I think, because DeCamp was his attorney before the Gosch thing even came up, I think DeCamp was like, let's do this. I think it was cooked up by him.
I think there was some conspiracy. Yep. Well, and by all accounts, from what I've read, DeCamp had a grudge. It was DeCamp or maybe I'm thinking, no, DeCamp had a grudge because he was a former state representative too, and that goes into the accusatory Franklin report. And there were things that had gone on when he was a state legislature, and it was kind of like his revenge thing. I think he really helped cook this all up, in my opinion. Like, I think that's what started this all. It was a personal grudge.
That's so cool.
Oh, let me get down here on the floor and see what food I dropped at Hunter once. And I don't know what it must be the smallest thing, like an M&M or something.
And I just like Bonacci really muddied the waters on this case, but I don't know if we can totally place all the blame on him. And I'm not saying he was brainwashed or mind controlled or anything like that, but your attorney comes in and says, hey, this is what we do. I'm an attorney. I know the law. This is what we got to do, pal. And you're sitting in jail, and, I don't know how much time he was looking at. You're going to want to do or say whatever you can and get out of there, even if you are guilty and you know that you're guilty. You don't want to be there. You're going to do what your attorney tells you. So this case is full of so many people being taken advantage of, and it's gross. But Bonacci was victimized by his own attorney.
I agree. I found a quarter, Hunter. I hope you're happy. As I'm listening here, digging. He is, because he's part hound and basset hound. Well, I think any dog would do this, but I think it's just more him. He'll dig and dig and dig until he finds that one little.
She froze again. Is everyone else, Quacks, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, we're just waiting. Service Electric, cable TV. They have really bad internet. Okay, maybe she'll. Uh-oh. Well, I can practice my type 5 in the meantime. I'm just kidding. Hunter is innocent. Hunter's revenge. We're just waiting till she comes back.
So maybe while we're waiting, can you clarify this guy's role in the case?
Well, Bonacci, when he came around, he said that he had been in the car with whomever took
I
Johnny.
am sorry, I'm back.
That's okay. And he said that he had been trained to lure other kids in, so he actually helped abduct Johnny. That was what Bonacci's role in the Gosch case was, and
Gotcha.
it had already become so big by this time because of Noreen, and I don't think this was a planned thing where Noreen was like, "Hey, get this guy to say this stuff." This guy and his lawyer cooked up the whole story to get attention, and then Noreen latched onto it. And the reason why the police never wanted to go out and talk to him, and Noreen makes it sound like that in itself was a conspiracy. And I'm not saying trust the cops all the time. The cops fuck up on a lot of cases, whether they're hot or cold.
Sure do.
And that it was just this whole, she latched onto this, and she was like, my son was taken by a sex ring, and anyone who says anything differently is an asshole.
Against me. Yeah, you're against me. You don't want to help me find my kid.
And at this point, honestly, if they ever did find his body and they conclusively matched it with his father's DNA, Noreen would come out and say, that's not him. That's a clone,
Oh, I agree. Mm-hmm. I don't think it would satisfy her. I think she's fearful. That's why she won't provide the DNA too. Because if she finds him, then she'll have an answer. Like if it would ever show up, right? And they would test her DNA.
I mean, I'd rather know a horrible truth than live a fantastical lie.
Sure. I agree. I really apologize. My dog got the little piece of dog food I dropped for him earlier today. I spilled some. And it wasn't in his dish. You got to get it, guys. You got to get it.
What their names are?
They use code names.
Yes.
What are some of the code names that people use?
The Eagle.
The Eagle.
What has the Eagle done that has been threatening?
The Eagle makes phone calls that initiate hypnotic suggestive personalities, which are not real personalities, that were programmed in by Monarch. And what these codes that he says to me when he calls make the other personality or the suggestion come to pass, whereas I will do something.
Okay, so now it's a little clearer how he gets activated. So the Eagle calls his phone and gives him some codes, and that activates. So maybe the Eagle called his lawyer and said, hey, it's time for him to testify. Here's the code. And he gave it to DeCamp. Where else would you get these codes if you don't know who's in Project Monarch and you don't know somebody high up? They're not just handing these codes out, buddy. It makes no sense.
In that personality and will not remember it at all in any other personality. It will be forgotten, and I won't even have a record of it as myself.
Did anyone from Monarch ever threaten you prior to 1986?
No.
Is Monarch in any way involved in any aspect of the claims that Paul Bonacci has brought against the defendants in his lawsuit?
No.
You don't believe that Monarch is in any way involved in any kind of conspiratorial activity that involves child abuse or
I
any of your other allegations?
I know that they involve with child abuse because they have a lot of schools where they train girls to be prostitutes and boys, as myself in the early days. They used us to, how shall I say, get what they wanted. Let's
What
say
did they want?
they had a politician who liked girls or boys, men, women. They would get them into a position where they would have that, a boy or a girl or whatever it was, with them. They would videotape it and use it later for blackmail.
And there we go. That was the whole point of Project Monarch, according to him. But we're going to go a little further, and he's going to talk about the code talks. This is just for a minute here, 4216. It's just also the reason, and I think it's important to hear from his own mouth, because they're going to go through this documentary and they'll talk different points about him. But hearing Noreen and him, because we're going to do Noreen next, the way they talk about these subject matters, and that people take it so serious and factual and don't necessarily dig into the deeper stuff or go looking for some of this stuff. Aside from that podcast, what was it called?
Faded Out. And I also put a link in the chat for you to share with everyone. There in 2009, the Florida School for Boys, there were approximately 100 deaths, 55 unmarked graves, and it was a school for boys. And there was institutional, systemic, widespread rape and torture, molestation, murder. These things have happened, but because of assholes like DeCamp and Bonacci, and again, I said Bonacci is kind of a victim, okay, but still an asshole.
I don't think he's a victim of what?
Of DeCamp's, DeCamp was like, hey, I can get you out.
I thought you meant a victim in general.
No,
yeah, okay, I get that.
And so, again, we're in the mucky.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap it.
No,
I snapped. I hate Bonacci. He makes me so mad. I was like, a victim of what? Sorry, I apologize.
No.
He really grinds my gears.
It's like the Family Guy. You know what grinds my gears?
Yes.
But the Florida School for Boys, that was an actual case. But here's, again, because of all these wild bullshit stories, when something real actually happens, and these conspiracy theories and this Project Monarch stuff and the QAnon stuff, if they're with Epstein, like that was an actual real trafficking pedophile ring, and it's hard to sort out reality from fiction because these people put these bullshit stories out there, and all they're doing is hurting real victims. They're hurting people who really suffered.
I agree. 100%. You'll get no argument from me on that one. Okay, he's going to talk about codes here for a minute.
They're not personalities. They contain no memories at all. They were put in as hypnotic suggestions and only come out when, as I said, a code is presented to them.
Hey, Mikey.
And that happened several times in 1989, which is why Paul and Mikey's memories are so confused. At that time, they were attempting to destroy me because they were attempting to access suicidal personalities and other personalities that would get me in trouble with law enforcement.
And the code that Mr. DeCamp was able to use is a code that needs to be put in place before Wesley could reveal what you are revealing now. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let me understand.
Yeah, code. Okay. Moving on. 4531. This guy. I was so mad after I watched this, like just furious that everybody buys into his bullshit.
When they program the personalities, or the triggers, as I called them, they would call me up and they would use a code I would simply switch into that trigger, go to where they told me to go, whether it would be or get on an airplane because they would already have the tickets there. They would have the tickets there under a name that only that trigger would know, and go to wherever it was. There would be somebody waiting for them in that city and take them to wherever it was that they were supposed to go, bring them back to the airport, put them on the plane. They would come back home, and as soon as they walked in the door, the memory of everything that had just happened would be erased.
Gone.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, now,
dude,
did Monarch pay for any or all of the travel that you've described during portions of your earlier testimony in this deposition, where you said you had made a couple hundred trips to the coasts?
Mikey testified.
I'm sorry, where Mikey testified that there had been lots of travel over the years between 80 and 86. Is the question too long?
No, I understand.
Okay.
Some of them, yes.
So some of your travel was sponsored by Monarch?
Yes.
That's okay. Now he is going to talk about the bases that he was programmed at. Because you can't just get programmed out in the wild.
And what they were attempting to do was try and get me reintegrated
You
into...
nailed it, Quacks. Ding, ding, ding. That's one of them.
their program.
Did we freeze again?
I think so.
Oh, there we go.
I do not know what is going on. I have to check. Maybe one of my cats knocked my box down steps. Let me back it up a little bit, Drew. I'm sorry since that froze. Where was I starting that at? We'll start it over again.
Right, Patterson.
There's so much in this. I told you we could have watched the whole thing. Like, I really recommend watching this because it is batshit crazy. There's so much that he throws, but we have that whole other documentary to watch, and then we have the stuff with Noreen. So I was like, I had to pick, you know what I mean, what I was going to and not watch.
Which military bases did you go to in 1989 for reprogramming?
I went to Presidio, I went to Fort Riley, Kansas, and to Fort
what?
And Air Force Base, Colorado, where the North American Air Defense.
Oh, he forgot his line.
Do you recall what city that was in?
Colorado Springs.
And again, do you recall the names of any of the individuals who tried to reprogram you in 1989?
Colonel Michael Angelo Aquino himself attempted to do so.
Are there any other individuals in Omaha that have served in the same capacity that you have served in?
Okay, now for the final clip of this, 55, 53. And then we're going to listen to Noreen and Ted Gunderson before we go back to the main documentary. Let's see, 55, 53. And she gets pretty wild, and it's the mother of Johnny Gosch. She tells a little bit more of his story and things that he told her.
So again, the multiple personality syndrome is a result of an active effort on the part of the United States to create in your person.
Sounds like super soldiers to me.
Personalities.
Partially. That's not always the case with the multiple.
I'm asking about in your case.
In my case, most, yes.
How, if at all, do the facts that you've testified to...
There we go. Okay. So that there is it's Noreen's star like he, she even goes and testifies for him in 1999. I don't know, Michelangelo. I don't know. But this is like her main witness, her main person that he claims he sexually abused her son, helped kidnap him, knew he was in this whole sex trafficking ring thing, and he's going to help her now. And she believes that to this day that this testimony is true from this guy. So let me scroll up to Noreen here. Now, Noreen, I know you're at the top. Okay. So Noreen does an interview with Ted Gunderson, and I'm going to talk briefly about him. And then after I read what I have, if Steph and Quacks have anything to add, they certainly can. And then we'll listen to his interview with Noreen. Let me scroll down here real quick.
And John came over. I had never.
Not yet.
Should
Okay.
Steph, you want to fill us in on who Ted Gunderson is before we get into this?
That's what I was just getting ready to do. And then if you guys want to add to this.
I'm sorry. I misheard you.
You're fine. Ted Gunderson was a retired FBI agent who became involved as a private investigator in the Johnny Gosch disappearance case at the request of Johnny's mother, Noreen Gosch. Gunderson, who died in 2011, was a controversial figure known for promoting conspiracy theories, including allegations of satanic ritual abuse and government mind control, and was a prominent participant in the broader satanic panic of the 80s and 90s. Noreen Gosch praised Gunderson's work on her son's case, stating in 2024 that he did superb work and deserved a gold star for his efforts. Gunderson's involvement helped amplify claims that Johnny had been abducted by an organized pedophile ring, a theory that became central to the case's enduring notoriety. However, his reputation as a far-right conspiracy theorist and his role in other high-profile, unsubstantiated cases have led a lot to question his credibility and reliability, which they should, in the Gosch investigation. Gunderson's participation contributed to the spread of theories connecting the Gosch case to broader allegations of child trafficking, government corruption, and satanic ritual abuse, but no conclusive evidence has ever substantiated these claims. So, Steph, if you want to, and add anything about Teddy there.
Okay. So, yeah, I put 2 links in there. Sorry. Okay, it was, I'm trying to find, okay, they're not saying what year it is. On 2 a.m. on April Fool's Day, Art Bell shocked his fans by announcing he was quitting his show and he wasn't joking. Ted Gunderson, Art Bell's son, I forget the year, was molested by an HIV positive teacher. It was horrible. And Art Bell left his show for a little bit to deal with the trauma of that. And shortly after, Ted Gunderson came out and said Art molested his son.
That's how gross this guy was.
And it said that the radio station that it was WWCR. It was a broadcasting station, and I believe it was the same one that Linda Thompson operated out of, and it was in Nashville, Tennessee. And Gunderson also, even after the McMartin preschool had been excavated and they used like radar on the grounds, and they showed conclusively, hey, there are no fucking tunnels here. Gunderson still insisted that there were. So I named him Ted. There are still tunnels under there, Gunderson. He
has his own SPLC pages. Like the guy is.
Yep. And look, I mean, we've discussed how Art is like this beloved figure, but he does have a dark side and stuff like that. But of all the radio hosts to go after at that time, really, you're going to go after like the least like gross of them? Really? Like I mean that to me is, it was just disgusting. And like, Art's son was really molested. Like, that really happened. And Ted came out and said that Art did it. Number one, where's your
Yeah.
evidence? Number two, have you ever heard of defamation, bro? Um, I mean,
Exactly.
that alone, and I mean, that happened after the Johnny Gosch stuff, but this guy was a real piece of shit. I like to call him one of the first Steve Picheniks, like, because he actually was deeply involved in like government organization, and he came out and he was like, "It's all Illuminati," you know.
I agree.
Yeah.
I thought Quacks would appreciate this, and since we're gonna continue talking about it, Michael Aquino, because he keeps coming up. This is an email that Michael Aquino sent to Ted Gunderson. I'm gonna hide our faces here, so this is a little bigger. And let me read it here. Letter to Ted Gunderson by Michael Aquino, and this is from Internet Archives. I found this on Reddit, and it was December 21st of 2000. Dear Ted, my attention has just been called to a paper of yours entitled Rusty Nelson Kelly Ford Report. And he has a date, blah, blah, blah. Without any attempt to even ask me about such topics, you have included as facts, even without the journalistic dodge word alleged, numerous lies concerning me. I am surprised and disappointed at this. I
think we lost her again.
Yeah, we're gonna have to vamp again. Who was this letter to again? Oh,
To Ted Gunderson.
It was from Aquino to
Gunderson.
To Gunderson, yeah. But this guy Gunderson has had a pattern of consistently shooting his mouth off and accusing people of ridiculous things.
Yes, this letter, I could hear you guys. It is Ted. It's from Michael Aquino to Ted Gunderson because he's pissed off about this report that he puts out, and it's all about the implicating Michael Aquino and all this stuff. So, the passages in question are quoted and annotated below. I would appreciate you removing them from your paper on that website and elsewhere immediately. A published apology to me would also be appreciated and would speak to your professional ethics. And then he has different various things in here where he's like, the name is spelled Anton LaVey. The Temple of Set does not believe in Satan or any element of Judeo-Christian mythology, as has been made exhaustively clear in numerous interviews and public statements. You citing an occult crime document as a reference concerning the Temple of Set and myself, without any clarification that neither the temple nor I have committed any crimes, is misleading and defamatory. So he goes on. Here he says, I assume that you meant to write Michael Aquino instead of Michael LaVey. There is no MLV. And then there's at the end, he goes down at the very end. I have never claimed this anywhere. My father, Michael Aquino Sr., was born an American citizen and is of Italian ancestry. For your information, he was served as sergeant in Patton's Third Army in World War II and received the Purple Heart for wounds in combat against the German army. Sincerely, Michael A. Aquino. And I'll post this down in the comments. It's just funny. And Ted Gunderson, I believe, goes on to remove this stuff. I'm pretty sure. Or he like tries to dodge it or somehow, or like pretend it really basically never happened. But it was one of the more humorous things I found.
He has been like, you can't look up his name without finding some like child abuse thing, and it's like, I feel kind of bad for him. Like all of these people just doing this shit to him constantly. The lie got repeated so many times that it became fact.
I hate to victim blame, but you know, when you go around, you know, doing the whole, you know, I'm Mr. Evil, and you know.
Well, yeah, I mean that doesn't help.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I can't feel too sorry for him. Yeah. Wrath, you're right. It's Aquino.
Aquino. That sounds like some kind of like like Keno, like you're at a Las Vegas casino and you're gonna play some Aquino.
Yeah, funny story. At one point, I had an assistant, and we were talking one day, and she revealed to me that she was an ex-member of the Temple of Set. So I got some interesting inside perspective.
How many kids
of it
did she
from a
sacrifice?
coworker. None.
Oh, that you know of.
That I know of. She did get married and have a kid. As far as I know, the kid was never sacrificed.
Well, she's not doing it right then, obviously. I mean,
Well,
it's
she was ex Temple of Set by that point. So
I know. I'm kidding, but it just
so am I.
They really, honestly, they just did everything. You know, I
And I only really mentioned that, by the way, to give Jim Stewartson something else to throw into his conspiracy theories.
in case he has a spy watching us.
He has connections to the Temple of Set. At least one of them watches us.
I'm sure, because their lives are
one of
so
his
dull and boring that they have to stalk people.
Yeah.
Well, I guess until Shelby gets back, you know, the stuff with go ahead, Quacks.
I was just gonna say there's some really bad weather rolling through.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry. It has to be the weather. I'm gonna check my thing after I start playing this. Sorry. I can't help it with
It's
the internet.
okay. My Jewish space lasers are aimed directly at you.
It must be happening. Okay. As I play this, let me see if this is a longer clip of hers where I can go down and make sure the box and everything downstairs is
She
plugged in.
has phenomenal 80s hair.
Doesn't she? Okay. Oh yeah, this goes for a while. We're gonna start at 1351, and I'm just gonna run downstairs real quick. Okay, 1351. Make sure it's there. Okay. You're gonna get a lot of throwbacks in this if you remember old talk shows from the 90s. Geraldo's gonna come up. Shocker. But here we go.
It was like a roller coaster.
Is that up as loud as it goes?
It took 9 long years.
She's quiet, but at least there's subtitles.
And finally,
okay, I'm gonna go check this real quick.
A young man who
Every time she gets up, it pauses.
from his attorney,
there we go,
John DeCamp, Nebraska, that he had taken part in the Johnny Gosch kidnapping. John DeCamp thought, whoa, that's a big case. I better notify the parents. So he called our home, and I happened to be away that night. I was working, and my husband, at the time, my ex-husband, took the call. He went to Omaha, Nebraska to visit with John DeCamp and to meet Paul Benassi. He, however, did not tell me, and I did not learn about the existence of Paul Benassi for another 2 years. He kept it completely quiet. When I did find out about Paul and had the opportunity to hear his statement and to read the diaries that he had kept, logging all of his experiences, including the kidnapping of my son, Paul made mention of the fact that they had a van parked a couple of blocks from the kidnapping site, and that van was used to transport Johnny's body to a location in the state of Iowa, and that the body had been transferred from one car to this van. And that is the piece of information that the neighbor had seen and shared with our detectives. And I knew then at that time that Paul Benassi was telling the truth.
She believes him full-heartedly.
Had never been repeated, had never been shared
And
with
here's
anyone.
where she's being victimized.
For our own information.
Hold on one
only.
second. Go
And
ahead.
here she's being victimized. You see there are levels of victimization where DeCamp is victimizing Bonacci. You know, he's using him. And then they're using Noreen. And underneath it all, remember, everyone, there's a 12-year-old boy who has never been found.
Yeah, who would be what, 50 or something today? I think it's like, I forget the age. Like he would be 47 maybe?
And the more his mother keeps up with this shit, the less chance we ever have of finding his remains. Bring Johnny home.
Yep.
Every body that is unidentified out there, they deserve their name back. Even if you can't find out how they died or who killed them, every set of bones, every tiny piece of jawbone that's found, and that's all that's left, every single one of those bones, every single one of those remains deserves their name. And Johnny's body is out there somewhere, and he deserves his name back. And his own mother is doing what she thinks she can to bring him home. But what she's doing is, there's a body out there somewhere that belongs to Johnny, and I want him to come home.
I don't think there's anybody that does it. I mean,
except for his mom, apparently.
Listening to,
you know, it's just sad.
I know.
And what transpired from that situation, when I was finally told that Paul Benassi existed, it was my shock that no one believed him. I went to our police department. I went to our FBI. They said he was a nut. They said he was not credible. They said that he had multiple personalities due to the programming, mental programming, and the abuse that he was put through or claimed to have been put through, and that not one word of his statement could be taken as fact. I had not ever met John DeCamp until many years later, but during the time that Paul Benassi was being disputed constantly, he never wavered from his story. What he said about Johnny's
because it's a script.
Verbatim remained the same after 11 long years. The kid was not lying. A lot of times when people manufacture things, they do not remember what they said to whom, so they strip themselves up. Paul didn't do that. If Paul did not know the answer to a question that you would ask and when you were interviewing him, he would say, "I'm sorry, I don't know that." But if he did know the answer, he would tell you the truth, and that would be the statement that he would use every time he would be asked. That Paul, or just
Okay, well, wait. Welcome to the Technical Difficulties Show. Sponsored by Project Monarch.
Whoever's messing with HARP in Pennsylvania right now in Central PA, knock it off.
I'm going to do my Bill Cooper now and say that, you know, the authorities that be don't want us to be releasing this information.
They don't. You're right.
Obviously.
Obviously.
They're taking us out.
Okay, so right here, she's going to talk. She was with 3 psychics, and it was the Geraldo Rivera show.
Rivera show. They were going to have these psychics make an attempt to solve Johnny's case. The one psychic said she wanted to talk to me after the show, privately. So I agreed. She came into my dressing room and she said, I didn't want to say this on the air because it's just for you. There's a young man that's going to be coming forward with the truth about your son. And it's going to involve a long, long investigation. But he is telling the truth, and you should listen to him. I didn't reveal to her that I already knew about Paul Benassi. But it was interesting to me that this psychic would pick up on this information and be able to tell me anything. Up to that point, I had not placed too much credibility in the psychics that had come forward on this case, because there had been several hundred that called me, but no one had an answer. What my son was involved in was...
It's so sad, tragic, even psychics.
It was not a random kidnapping. They knew who they were coming after. They had photographs of him ahead of time. I know this because a neighbor of ours saw Johnny being photographed on his way home from school 2 weeks before the kidnapping. The car had out-of-state plates, and the man leaned out the window and had a very long telephoto lens. The neighbor had reported it to the police. The police said, it's not a crime to take pictures, which I can't fault them for that. It isn't a crime. But it turns out that those pictures are the ones that the kidnappers had with them the morning of the kidnapping. They knew they were coming after Johnny Gosch. Paul Benassi was in the back.
This would be after 91, Michelangelo.
He was only about 4 years older than my son when he helped to kidnap him. They used a child to lure another child to the car. Many times parents feel that if they tell their kids not to talk to strangers, that's enough. And they're meaning stranger adults. In this case, these kidnappers were very clever because they used a kid to lure.
That's what her hair was telling me.
Evidently, Johnny came close enough to the...
Uh-oh, I thought me putting on my rabbit ears would help the reception.
Apparently not.
There, let me adjust them.
And we're back.
I adjusted the rabbit ears. We're good.
Thank you. Oh, at least it was quicker that time. God bless it. The storm moved through. Okay.
Yeah, Michelangelo, that's a good point.
In Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh my gosh, that is good. Michelangelo said, now these same adults are all trusting every stranger they've ever met online. Yep, nailed it.
Was a credit union operated by a man by the name of Larry King. Larry King was a fast-running star in the Republican Party, but he also had quite an appetite for sex with little boys.
Unfounded.
And he operated a very well-tuned pornography and prostitution.
Unfounded.
Where they would use young boys from Boys Town.
Okay. That's that. And now she's going to talk about, this is where she's going to say that her husband took an imposter wife to visit Paul Benassi, the guy with multiple personality disorders, to hear his story. It's not true. He went to the prison with DeCamp, and that's, he heard Benassi's story, found out from the guard that his jail cell was plastered with all the articles and, information about John, their son Johnny. But she has created now, as time has gone on, different conspiracy theories about her husband.
Yep,
because he has started coming out and saying things aren't true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And
Like he doesn't believe Bonacci and stuff.
And like, I guess she at one point accused her ex-husband John Sr. of having something to do with this, and it's like, dude, he was home with you when this abduction occurred. Like, what are you even?
I know.
And
It's all really
I can only
tragic.
imagine, like, in a lot of cases, parents who lose a child, whether it's through quote unquote natural causes like cancer or something like that, or through a homicide or kidnapping, a lot of times those relationships fall apart because of the strain and the stress. But I get this
Sure.
impression. I haven't heard John say it, but he's kind of alluded to it in some of his interviews that he couldn't handle her bullshit anymore.
Yeah, I've gotten that impression too from everything I listened to. Absolutely, 100%. I think it just became too much.
To cut their funding. And I said, John, I meant it. If they're not going to do the job, cut their funding and give it to someone who will.
Sorry, we're getting to the
I'm very
timestamp.
serious about it. Why does everyone think the FBI is a sacred cow that you can't challenge? They didn't do the job for my son. They didn't follow their own code of ethics for the criteria of a kidnapping case. Perhaps if they would have moved a little swifter, Johnny would be with me today. Ted?
Okay, what about your husband being a suspect? You suspect he might be involved?
Okay. A number of years after Johnny was kidnapped, I had the occasion to go to John DeCamp's office in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh, God
and
bless
we were
it.
going to be discussing some avenues on the case to help bring it more towards a legal resolution and solving it. I entered the room, and John came over. I had never met him before. And he came over and grabbed a hold of my hand. He was very gracious, and he said, "Oh, Noreen, it is so good to see you again. It's been such a long time." And I looked at him and I said, "John, I've never been to your office before. I've never met you before." He said, "Well, of course you did. You came over here in 1988 or 1989 with your husband. And we all went out to the prison to talk to Paul." And I said, "No, it wasn't me. I have never been here." So at that point, John DeCamp called his main secretary and office manager in, and he said, "Didn't John Gosch come over here in 1988 or 89, and didn't he bring Noreen, and didn't we go out to the prison?" And Jan said, "Yes, he did, yes, you did, but it wasn't this woman." And she pointed at me. "He brought somebody else that looks like her. It's not the same woman." I didn't know what to say.
Shame on her and DeCamp.
They later got out all of their telephone records going back to 1988 and 89, and we discovered that there had been a phone number and a fax number set up in Des Moines where John DeCamp was to call and or fax information on Johnny's case. But he was instructed to never, ever call the Gosch home and disturb Mrs. Gosch, only to use this other number, which has since been disconnected. Since that situation has taken place,
That's all unfounded too. Like
I have
they're just making up stories.
and met 25 other people that all had been introduced to this other woman that my ex-husband made everyone believe was me.
For what
She looked
purpose?
a lot like me, and with the help of John DeCamp
So sad.
and the Attorney General of Nebraska, I was able to learn her identity and get her photograph. This made my husband look very suspect. How and why would he have an imposter of his wife, Johnny's mother, traveling around the country with him, going to speeches, going to prisons, speaking in many circles concerning his son? It took me a number of years to find out about all of this. But now that I have the truth, now that I know, it makes the big question mark over my ex-husband's head that much larger. What part did he play in this? Why on earth would he need to have an imposter? What was the purpose of all of this? There's no answers at this point other than perhaps he was involved in something that he was trying to keep from me as well. That may come out later. In the meantime, I've written a book, and my book is called Why Johnny Can't Come Home. It gives the entire story of Johnny's kidnapping. Who, how, why. And in this book, you'll find a picture of my ex-husband,
Michelangelo,
with the woman.
Oh, it's
that
terrible,
he
Drew.
has professed to others and introduced to others as me. It has come to my attention, and I've been informed, that the woman posing as me, once she learned that her picture is in my book, has now had a stroke. I have not given her name publicly because it is still undetermined as to whether charges will be filed against her for
Charges were never
impersonating
filed.
me. And so until such time as
There
she's
is no
charged with
woman.
the crime, I cannot reveal her name publicly in this format. But all of this went on behind the scenes in the Johnny Gosch case. Now I ask anybody who's viewing this video.
Okay. Now here comes our boy Michael Aquino again. This is she starts to progress into a deeper conspiracy theory. Although I don't know how deeper of a conspiracy theory you could get. Then your husband was in on it and was taking a imposter woman. It's incredible. Okay, let's see.
And
46.
the book that she's speaking about, I just glanced at a few things, but the host of Faded Out read the first couple of pages on the podcast, the introduction by some guy named John Zelensky or something like that, and she's like, oh, well, this is misspelled. Oh, there's a word missing. Oh, this word's in all caps. Oh, Project Monarch on the very first page of the introduction. Like they didn't even try and soft pill. And it has all the hallmark traits of conspiracism: misspelled words, unnecessary capitalization, and
Yeah.
I talk often about when you see conspiracy theory blogs, there's this jumble, and it's a sign of a disordered mind, because when you're a conspiracy theorist, your mind, you may have connections or patterns or things that you want to talk about, but your mind is so jumbled that everything comes out disordered. And the book was self-published, but you can't get spell check? You can't ask a friend to read over the book and look for errors? I mean, it's lazy work too.
Exactly. No. Oh boy. Michelangelo, you're
The
slaying it.
Crisis Actors Guild. I like that. I like that, Michelangelo.
At the time that we learned from Paul Benassi, who was confirming the fact that there was a van parked on the street with a motor running and a body was transferred to it, or something long wrapped in a blanket was transferred to the van, and Paul identified
there's one
that
interesting
situation
thing
as Johnny's
to this
body
part.
being moved.
Go ahead.
The host of the Faded Out podcast, actually, because she had to take down her Patreon because of Noreen's hissy fit and accusations, she saved up her own money and flew out to West Des Moines to hit the ground. It's different when you're on the ground, when you're actually in the location. You can look at maps and all this, and she followed the route, and there are inconsistencies in the initial reports that she found, and obviously that there was a huge time difference, but some of the streets that they talk about cars idling on, it would have been difficult for a car to stop in that spot.
Yeah.
So, and There were even issues about about the location of one of the witnesses. For decades it was claimed that John Rossi lived at this specific address. No, he didn't. He didn't. But that was in the initial. This whole case was screwed from the get-go. It really was.
100%.
Did we lose her again?
The Iowa. The other vehicles
I'm here.
Also left the area, and they all rendezvoused at a farmhouse outside of Sioux City.
It's been good so far. Don't jinx me.
Charlie Kerr farm.
I've been here a whole 5 minutes.
On that farm was an old house which has since been burned down.
Charlie
But
farm?
Johnny was kept in the basement for a period of 2 weeks.
Yep.
He was sexually abused by Paul and one other young man on film. Paul was instructed to do this at gunpoint. After Johnny had been kept there for 2 weeks, and
I just wanted to say, I know someone who used to work for the FBI, and he specifically worked for child crimes related to, computer and stuff. And the FBI has a database of the child pornography that they have confiscated,
Sure.
and they use facial recognition to go over everything that they have confiscated and found to try to match with, supposed trafficked children or children who really were trafficked. And there's never been any report of Johnny Gosch being matched up to any of these children.
So
Any of that?
When was this specific interview?
This would have to be after 2000 because her book came out in 2000?
I had the date. I don't have it right. You asked me before too. It might be in our chat. On here, I think it just says oh no, it says 13 years ago. Oh, there we go, 2011. 2011. I'm sorry.
And the hair still didn't change.
Mm-hmm. She is committed to that wig. I think it's a wig. I think originally she used to do her hair back in the old days, like in the old days, like when you see her in the original. And then I think she just switches to a wig that's constantly big and huge, because her hair is not that thick in the
Yeah, and I think part of that is also I think what she tries to do is, and I don't think it's just vanity. I think she tries to maintain her appearance as close to it was at
For her
the
son.
time for a branding.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a brand. Mm-hmm. I agree.
Yeah, with this whole tied up.
Oh,
in
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Quacks.
With this whole they were tied up in the basement and sexually abused. Part of me needs to mentally consider, is this before Gary Heidnick or after Gary Heidnick?
Oh, is that what you're trying to work out?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah, what year was Gary Heidnick? Gary Heidnick.
I think 87. Yeah.
Oh my God, he's
Yeah,
creepy looking.
Oh God, yeah, he's a local for me.
Yeah.
He's insane looking.
I read a book about him. Oh my God, he looks a little bit like Otis. Well, I also probably have partial facial blindness. When was he? 1976 was his first aggravated assault charge. 78, he was in prison. Spousal rape in 86, and then 86 through 87, he kidnapped. Mentally.
He was arrested.
Yeah.
He was arrested on March 24th of 1987.
There we go. That's what I mean. All this stuff was out there. It was in the vernacular. You have all these stories that are grabbing national headlines, And
Yeah.
it just feeds into it all.
And
That's another one
Wetterling.
there.
Yeah, Wetterling, that was the one where him and his brother and a friend they went out to get a video and they were coming back through the woods and a guy assaulted them and he told two of the boys to run and not look back or he'd shoot them, and then he molested and killed Jacob. And
Yep.
he didn't even he entered a plea agreement to go to jail for he pled guilty to like child pornography charges and all that, and they put him away for a long time. But part of the plea agreement was that he wouldn't be charged with Wetterling.
I remember reading about that.
Doing the job of grabbing Johnny. Paul as Colonel Michael Aquino. He then heard that Johnny was going to be leaving and going back to Colorado and to the West Coast with Aquino. And Paul did not see Johnny again.
Johnny personally traveled with Michael Aquino.
In Colorado, so reportedly
Absurd.
At the Colonel's home, where they were having an orgy type of situation with adults using children sexually. And Johnny was there with Paul and many other kids. At that point, Johnny's identity was known as the name of Mark, and his hair had been dyed black to change his appearance somewhat. And Paul then, as I mentioned, lost track of him for a period of years.
Let me interrupt you a minute. You said in Michael Aquino's home in Colorado. Is that right? Yes.
Ranch.
Okay.
It was a ranch.
We want you, yeah, because everybody can say, well, there's no credibility.
And that's the place they visit in America's Most Wanted when Paul Bonacci, the guy who told the story at the multiple personality disorders, and I'll play the clip of that later after I play the regular documentary for, so we can get through some of that and the story behind all of this. But America's Most Wanted does an episode and brings Paul Bonacci on, and they go out to this house in Colorado that's abandoned, and he's like, look, this is where all this stuff happened. So ridiculous.
Because I know he doesn't have a home in Colorado. I think he's got a home in San Francisco, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And the house in Colorado did have like a cavity underneath it, and there were some names like carved on the rafters. But again, we have to understand the fact that John is one of the most common names in the world. That someone did find like John was here, like scrawled on one of the rafters, supposedly. But that if you got an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere, kids are going to go there and party.
I think John is actually the most popular name.
Yeah.
She's back.
Yeah, and the thing is, I said about that house that they go to in America's Most Wanted, it looks like any old basement, if it was like larger houses and stuff like the old houses. And you go down to my basement, it's creepy as hell. I hate it. That's why I don't keep anything down there. And like we're going to play the clip. And kids carve their names into stuff. Like people do stuff like that in houses and stuff. I don't think there's anything there. I don't think there's anything suspicious. I think it was just Paul being Paul and doing the same thing he's done. I've got to find some place in Colorado.
I'm just curious, like how he, like, I'm sure I don't know, was that a party house at one time? Like they never give enough information about the house. They just say, oh, Michael Aquino owned that house. And like they never show property records, they never show titles, deeds, transfers, they never show any of that stuff. They never show conclusively who owned the house, and they never answer as to how Paul knew the house was there. Like those are questions that I would want to ask. And come on, guys, do your job. You have the guy right there. Ask him the hard questions.
Right. Okay, just a little bit more of this, and then we're going to get to her telling of when Johnny comes to visit her.
As Colonel Michael Aquino, and that it was at this ranch in a remote area, somewhere up in the mountains, is where they had the parties, and all of these people would come where they know that they could use young children. Paul stated that the kids were also flown all over the United States to different parts of the country wherever there was a wealthy, well-heeled pedophile that wanted a boy of a certain description. This was quite common to move the kids around a great deal.
Okay, you're going to notice here, and I'm just going to play this through because this goes into her telling of Johnny coming to visit her like 11 years or something after the kidnapping. I forget how long the time span was, Steph. Maybe you know better, like how long it was after the case. But she says Johnny comes to visit her, but when she
97.
gives the time that he comes to visit her, she sits on it for 2 years, though, too, and she doesn't tell anybody the story till she testifies on Bonacci's behalf.
Yeah,
But
and she should have been hit with, what do you call it? Lying in
perjury.
court.
Yeah.
Yeah, she. I mean, if Bonacci went away for perjury and Alicia Owens went away for perjury, she should have gone away for perjury. And and again, the Faded Out podcast, they interviewed a white woman who lived on a reservation for a time because she was married to someone who lived there, and she said, "There's no way a white boy just waltzes onto an Indian reservation and makes his home there." She said that doesn't
Exactly.
happen. No outsiders allowed. So the whole story of him visiting her, it supposedly happened in 1997, and she recounted it 2 years later in 1999, and Johnny supposedly showed her this branding that he had, and America's Most Wanted supposedly got these phone calls from all these other people who had the same branding. I'm very suspicious of that because
Me too.
we know with Nexium they did do branding of the women. That was an aspect of Nexium, but these are adults who are being coerced into this MLM, cult and all that. It's a bit different with children. You find a brand, a tattoo, an unusual piercing, or a mark or a scar on a kid. That's going to stand out a lot more than it's going to stand out on an adult. And we got to think like criminals here. If you're sex trafficking kids, and that's a horrible, terrible thought, are you going to brand them? Are you going to put marks on them that would make them stand out?
Exactly.
No, I think the whole thing about the people calling in saying that they had the same brandings, I think that was completely made up.
I do too.
How about Paul? Now, how about Johnny come to visit you?
Okay. In December of 1996, I was invited to Los Angeles.
This sounds so scripted.
Talk show. I had been on there several
No
times.
shit. Did you see how she put her head down and was like,
Yep.
okay, camera time?
Yep.
And she came up. Mm-hmm. And how about that throwback, the Lisa Gibbons talk show? Oh my gosh. This is like throwing me back to when I used to watch all this trash TV.
And we just want to say for everyone, all three of us, none of us believe that Noreen or John Sr. had anything to do with Johnny's disappearance.
No.
I'm just saying Noreen is a fabulous, and I understand why she does it, but what she fails to realize is the damage that she is doing to the broader spectrum of society while she's doing this.
She's a fabulist and a conspiracy theorist, yes. And again, we said it at the beginning, my heart goes out to them, right? And that's all I think we can say. Go
Are
ahead,
we
Pat.
absolutely certain that it's fabulist and not paranoid delusions? I mean, I don't know enough about the case to say, so you probably have a better idea.
Before
health evaluations.
Before
I mean,
Sorry,
just because, she's saying things that aren't true doesn't mean that she doesn't believe them.
Don't know to her.
Yeah. I mean, do we have a good grasp as to say that that's not the case?
Well, I know before... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Steph. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like Noreen has a traumatic history even before Johnny. She lost her home in a tornado, and her two children from her first husband, she found them laying face down in the wreckage, and she pulled them out. And a few weeks later, her first husband died of cancer. And then later on, she met John Sr., and they had Johnny, and then so she had what could have been 12, 13, or 14 good years there, but she had this foundational event, the tornado and the husband dying, and almost losing her two other kids. And so we have a woman here who, and we know one of the foundational elements that attracts people to conspiracy theories is trauma.
Yes. No. Yep, I
She's a
agree.
woman that lived in the United States, so that's a baseline of trauma.
But by all
Yeah.
accounts, though, I haven't come across any mental health evaluations that she's been deemed to have any psychiatric conditions or anything like that. I think she's just a deep believer in all this stuff. Until I would find something, I can't speak to like her mental health state.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If she would have
Yeah.
paranoid, it's a possibility, right? But I think she's just a victim of circumstances and the era, the satanic panic, the child trafficking rings, everything that was going on, ritual abuse, stories in the news. You had all the talk shows. I mean, she sure does her circuit. So God knows, even on those, who she was talking to outside of the psychics. And then you have Gunderson and you have DeCamp.
Yeah, and like she was on Sarah Jesse Raphael,
Yep.
Geraldo. Like, I mean, I'm surprised she didn't show up on what was Jerry Springer to throw a chair at someone.
There was another guy too I used to watch, Richard. I can't think of his last name. It'll come to me. There were so many. I used to watch when I was sick home. I had a lot of issues with my appendix when I was a kid before like it almost ruptured and they did exploratory surgery and got it out of there. So I was homesick a lot when I was younger, like 3rd or 4th grade. I can't remember the exact grade. And so I got to watch a lot of daytime TV with my mom.
This particular time,
yes.
she had me on with.
Oh, no, I don't think it was Richard Bell's. No, it wasn't the Bells.
And she asked
Yeah, but he was a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
To each of our children.
Richard Bells did have a show.
I looked at the camera and I said, I spoke directly to Johnny. And I said,
Richard Bay.
If you're still out
That was
there,
the other one, Richard Bay.
If you're alive and you're getting this message, I'll help you in any way I possibly can. I still live in West Des Moines. I've divorced your father, and my name and address are listed in the phone book so that you can find me. Contact me and I'll help you. I then flew home, and it was approximately 3.5 months later, in March of the year 1997.
Just a heads up, because this one contains a lot of information. She's going to go from Johnny Comes to Visit into snuff films and like satanic abuse. So we've got about 7 minutes here, and then the rest are kind of shorter ones. But I thought it was important to show like where her mindset was so far after the and what Gunderson is, peppering her with these questions and stuff. So, you need to interrupt or anything, please do let me know.
When someone started knocking at my door in the middle of the night, and it was a consistent knock, they kept on knocking and pounding at the door. I went to the door, and I lived alone, and I would not have normally opened the door at that time of night, but I looked out the little security hole in the door, and I could see 2 young men in the hallway. The hall lights were on, and I could see the facial features of one of the boys, and he looked like Johnny. And I said, "Who's there?" And he said, "It's me, Mom, it's Johnny." So I let them in. The one young man that was with Johnny did not talk. He kept very quiet, and he would not give me his name. It was a very emotional reunion, because I had not seen Johnny for many years. But when he came in, I thought he was home to stay. I thought this was his return. And I said, "You're going to have a safe place to stay." I said, "Let me call somebody that can come here tonight and give us some legal advice and some help." And he said to me, "I can't stay. You don't understand. it's not safe. And they said, you wouldn't be safe if I stayed. They'll kill me. And then my son went on to talk about the high-level pornography and prostitution, drug-running group that he had been taken into. And he talked about Colonel Michael Aquino. He talked about some of the local people in Des Moines, Iowa, that he knew were involved. People across the country that were in high places politically, he mentioned. Some senators, all the way to the White House.
All the way to the White House.
I sat there and I was shocked because I had not heard any of this. And he told me that he wanted me to get his story out. He wanted me to do something.
Go ahead, Steph.
There was a case of a woman who was kidnapped and kept as a sex slave and was allowed to return home. Okay. Additionally, and this is Colleen Stan, was allowed to visit her family by herself in 1981, but did not reveal her situation due to her fear of possible consequences. Her family thought she was involved in a cult because of her homemade clothes, lack of money, and the absence of communications over the years. They did not want to pressure her, fearing she would stay away forever. The next day, Stan returned for a second visit with Hooker posing as her boyfriend. Hooker was the last name of the married couple that had abducted her. At the trial, Stan explained that she was happy about visiting her family, who were therefore able to take a photograph of her and Cameron, that was the man who kept her as a sex slave, happily smiling together. So, and this was in 1981. And the Colleen Stan case was, let me see what year. It was not until 1983 that Stan was reintroduced to the children enabler. She was allowed to get a job at a hotel. Let's see, forensic. The trial, like she was rescued. The trial for the people who took her started in 1985. So that was 3 years after Johnny disappeared. So 3 years after Johnny disappeared, we have this well-known case of a woman who was kept as a sex slave by a married couple who was allowed to return home. I just made that little connection in my head, and I wonder if that's where Colleen Stan, she was known as the girl in the box. Her captors fashioned this box that locked over her face and her head.
Yeah, Mer, she is saying that her son, Johnny Gosch, showed up with some other guy, hair dyed black and stuff, and she peeped through her window in the middle of the night and was like, I recognize that face. Lets him in, and you're going to hear the whole discussion because she's not like, I love you, I've missed you so much. They get into all these lurid details and stuff, and it's just so strange. And he's like, I can't stay because I aged out of the child prostitution ring, and now they're trying to kill me, so I have to stay on the run. See you later,
It was
Mom.
a different woman.
And that's what happens. And then she has this story right for 2 years, but she doesn't share it until 1999 at a trial. The whole thing's just absurd.
It sounds an awful lot like Colleen Stan's return home.
It sure does.
And I
didn't even connect the time period.
I only just recently, like about a year ago or so, heard about Colleen Stan. Indeed, that was a different girl who was kept under the
That's
mattress.
a different girl.
Yeah. And I think she kind of I pick it just because my true crime
cribbed some of those notes.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It would start to make some arrests happen so that he and the other kids someday be free, maybe to go reunite with their families. But at this point, they had no choice but to hide out. He also explained to me that he and a couple of the other boys had stolen a car earlier, several years earlier. And that's how they got away from the actual kidnappers, the ones that actually controlled their movements on a daily basis, keeping them in safe houses. And that when they stole this car, they went to one of the boys' homes, and his father was a CPA, and another City, a very well-respected man. They stayed there several days. And from that house, Johnny and one of the other young boys went to an Indian reservation to live. And Johnny ended up living on many Indian reservations
silly.
in seclusion, disguising himself, making himself look like a Native American during that period of his life. And he did that to avoid being found. He went to an Indian reservation to avoid apprehended, if you will, by authorities, because it's a sovereign state. They knew they'd be safe on an Indian.
Oh.
He remained there.
She definitely got some of this from
again
DeCamp.
Started to reach a
Sovereign
high level
state, knew you'd be safe.
concerning his case.
Better rights.
Then he left the last Indian reservation and has gone on to remain in hiding in other places of the country. During the time that he did remain on the Indian reservation, he fell into probably another form of control, another form of crime level, and many of the kids that are taken into this type of crime will not ever ask for help. They won't go to their parents. They won't go to police for help because they've been forced to commit felonies. While my son was here with me during our visit, which lasted about 2.5 hours, these are many of the things that he related to me. The hows, the whys, many of the details. He did not, however, tell me the intimate details of the type of abuse that he received. I knew that it was sexual, and I think that he did not want the embarrassment for himself and the hurt for me to have to hear it. At one point, he said that he was going to have to leave because he couldn't stay any longer. And as much as I hated to see him go, I knew that he had to go for his own safety. When he and the other young man left my home that night, I ran outside after them, and they disappeared into the night on foot. I did not see any cars they got into. I did not hear any engines start up. So I know that they had to have had a car parked some distance away and then walked to my place so that they could slip away easily without being noticed. That was the last time that I saw my son. That meeting was very meaningful to me because I knew that he had seen the broadcast.
But she didn't call the police. She sat on it for 2 years. And something when we get to John Gosch, he is going to mention it. But 2 weeks after this, she actually calls the police and is like, "Hey, you need to go to our old house and dig in the cubby space or crawl space or whatever. Johnny's body's there." And then she still sits on this story for 2 years and testifies. So she's just like all over the place making up stories at this time.
Well, this is also another element. I'm kind of reading over the Colleen Stan Wikipedia as we're listening to this, and when Colleen finally left her captor, she just walked out and took a bus, and she called him and said she was leaving him, and she didn't report him to the police for several. I think it was like several months. So, like, there are so many elements of this visit that she's relaying that match elements of Colleen Stan.
That's interesting. That is interesting. And I'm guessing that story was probably on the talk show circuit back then, too, because they all did those salacious stories. I'm just guessing. I don't know, but I'm guessing it was probably all over because that's if it bleeds, it leads, right? They put those stories everywhere. That's why my mom loved to watch them. That's why I watched them.
And Colleen...
Trash TV.
Colleen does, like, from what I understand, like, she went into counseling to help other people, and she forgave the wife of her captor, who she acknowledged was also a victim. So, like, Colleen Stan is the model of what Noreen should have been, and Colleen Stan actually lived through, I think it was 8 years. And yeah, Dee, I think she was the one kept under the mattress because they mentioned something about her being, like, wedged under the bed or something like that. But they also had a box for her head. but it's so many elements of this midnight visit of Johnny Gosch. It sounds an awful lot like Colleen's saying.
Oh, I miss Nash coming in. Hi, Nash. I'm sorry.
Hey, Nash.
Lots of comments and things, and I keep getting kicked off of here, and I'm getting into watching this script here. Hi, Nash. Welcome. Okay.
The off chance that my son might see the message, that I was still looking, I still cared, and I still love him.
Did he mention any snuff films?
During the time that we were together, Johnny mentioned that there were children that were killed during the filming of certain sexual films, and that those were called snuff films, and that those sold for very high prices, and they always had people who would pay the money for them. And in that type of a film, there had to be more children used because the main character died. And he did explain how that worked as well. A lot of people in America don't want to think that this is happening, let alone the degree of filth that is associated with it. But it is real, it is happening in our country, and not as many kidnap cases receive the amount of publicity that Johnny's did. So that is why a lot of people don't think we have a problem in our country, is because you don't hear about it as much. I made Johnny's case a national case. I became his publicity agent in order to keep the story alive.
Sure did.
But rest assured,
She kept the story
the
alive, but she fed so much
multi-billion-dollar
misinformation.
business continues, and they have to have the children to do it.
Okay. Now, this next part, she really goes hard at her ex-husband and accuses him of being a participant in Johnny's kidnapping and that he knew about it ahead of time. This is how far gone she is at this period and what leads into where we are today, QAnon and Pizzagate and everything that she's into. 1 minute. 1 hour. I was quite shocked listening to this, some of the stuff, because I watched the other documentaries and they don't have this stuff. And I was like, whoa.
How did they know Johnny was going to be alone that morning? And I heard something in court that I'd never heard before, anywhere. Paul Benassi straightened up in the chair, and he said, well, they made prior arrangements with Johnny's father. I was blown away.
Well, see, that,
I about fell off my chair in the
I was going to ask you
courtroom.
about that.
Yeah, that's important, and that can all go in this section.
The courtroom she's talking about is in 2 years at 1999, like after her son supposedly visits, is the trial that Paul Bonacci is in, involving the, what can I think of the name of it right now? The trafficking case that takes place there too as well.
Franklin?
Thank you. Yes. So
And if
that's what she's
anyone
talking about.
wants-
So she hears this.
I was just going to say, if anyone wants a copy of John DeCamp's Turdy book, just like send me a DM or an email and I can send you the copy.
Yeah, very much so, Mur. Very much so. But yeah, it's.
Yeah, I have a note on it.
Yeah.
On
Were
the
you
father.
surprised, were you surprised when you heard that in court?
I already did.
Huh? You already had heard that?
I have a note. I have a note on that right here. I was going to ask you about that. Why the father? Weren't you suspicious when the father, in 13 years, the only time he never went with Johnny was that morning?
That's not true.
13 months. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Rusty,
This is so gross, this part.
how did you know that John... Oh, wait a minute.
Being in circles.
I know. I remember what you told me in DeCamp's office. You remember? Because you also said it on a radio program. And I've got the tape.
You're lucky to have the tape, because
He never got me one.
What about Soda? We didn't
I've got the
mention,
tape put away.
we didn't mention Soda's name either.
No, we didn't talk about Soda, but we can.
Yeah.
Rusty, when he was shown a picture of John Gosch with no labels on it or anything in DeCamp's office, remember?
Checked it out.
George.
Okay. And okay, 10237. No, just a little bit further
And
because this is just them bantering back and
I
forth
just
here, and it's all really
I
boring.
just wanted to add in the Soda name that she mentioned. That was Sam Soda, and he was a private investigator who had a group called Scared something children are recovered every day or something, and he would give in the interview with him on Faded Out, he sounded a little bit, kind of like me, but he would do these conferences for police, and he would show them actual CSAM images, and everyone was like, where did he get those from? And apparently that time you could walk into an adult store, and if you knew a code word or if you knew a special wink,
Yep.
you could get it right there. It was that easy to get. So it wasn't, and that was how he got these images. And it wasn't really appropriate for him to shock people by showing them these images.
It's completely inappropriate.
But I do think he was trying to do a good thing. And Sam Soda in this interview in Faded Out brought up a very important point. Says, it's kind of funny how every year, right around the anniversary, some magical piece of new evidence shows up on Noreen's doorstep. And he was right, because the photographs that she found on her doorstep were on August 27th, 2006. That's only like a week before the anniversary of his disappearance. Yep. And we'll get into that later, but Sam Soda really, he did some shady shit. Mm-hmm. But I do think, and the host of the Fade Out podcast, her view of him completely changed after talking to him, and she addressed that. And he said, yeah, I got a copy of Noreen's book, and I saw what she said about me, and I'm like, well, whatever, I'm not going to worry about it. He was just like, I just don't want to deal with this shit. You don't want to touch a hot potato, No. And Noreen does have, if you have the images to bring up later, Noreen has this history of slandering and defaming people.
Oh, I have that whole archive site. It's in our documents. I have all that. Sure do.
So, here again, she's bringing up Sam Soda, and his part in the Johnny Gosch story got muddied by this bullshit. Again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was he participating in all the parties too? Did he go to those in Nebraska? Did you ever see one?
That many of the parties. I tried to avoid those like the plague.
But in your circle of talking to people, did you ever hear of him going to those parties? Because he was gone all the time, Rusty. Yeah. He wouldn't get back till Saturday night. Mm-hmm. And then he would get his laundry done, pack up, and he'd leave again. He would never tell me where he was staying. I never had a phone number or an itinerary.
Shame on you.
Of where to reach him.
Yeah. Have we got new film in there? Is it running?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Okay, all right.
Hey, that's the best stuff.
This whole thing.
Let's go with it.
I think they thought they were going to edit, but they didn't. Okay. And now we are going to get to satanic rituals, baby. And this is prompted. Well, never mind. I'll let you guys hear.
There's no way that the police would ever approach him, ever do anything to him, because he was part of it. They were part of it.
Did Paul, no, excuse me, go back. Did Johnny mention to you that these kids were also used in satanic ceremonies?
Yes.
Start again. Forget I asked you that question. Just start.
That was Gunderson's bread and butter, baby.
That the kids were forced to participate in satanic, and the rituals were more to create and cause the kids to
turn it on. Better turn it off.
Again.
Did Johnny ever tell you about the kids being involved in satanic ceremonies?
Okay. When my son visited, he also told me that the kids were involved in satanic ceremonies and rituals in which they did the killing of babies and sacrificing in some very bizarre types of acts. The rituals had a dual purpose. They were also used as a way to traumatize and control the victims as much as the exhilaration, so to speak, of the people that were involved in doing them. They would get a certain hype or momentum going with all of the participants. And they would enter into kind of a different mindset or frenzy in doing these rituals. And he felt that it was a dual purpose of control as well.
Did Johnny say anything about where these babies came from that were being sacrificed?
The only term that I can recall that Johnny talked about, as well as some of the other victims that I spoke with, they used the term breeder mothers as one. And situations where the babies would not be born in a normal situation where there would be a birth certificate in a hospital. The births were done in a home place, or the fetus would be aborted in a type of miscarriage situation before it would have reached full term.
Jeez.
Did Johnny ever talk to you or tell you anything about the other kidnappings where they used these kids that they kidnapped for the satanic ceremonies?
Where they used the kid? Did they use them to lure other kids?
No, and as victims.
No, he didn't talk about
Didn't
that.
say that. Okay.
No.
So the main thing is they kidnap these kids in order to put them into
Satanic
the
panic,
circle,
baby.
use them for sex objects, and then make sure they were blackmailed and never get out.
As a way to blackmail politicians or get them under their thumb.
Summarize that.
Okay.
That's like right out of the Epstein stuff.
Johnny said.
Uh-huh.
From what I was able to learn from my own son and from other victims that I've talked
But
to
this
over the
was
years,
before
the kids that were kidnapped and put into
the Epstein
this
stuff
pornography
came
and
to light.
prostitution end of this horrific crime, they were used to intimidate and to infiltrate a level of our government and officials where they could be controlled and blackmailed for their deeds and acts with children.
Okay, now this is going to take a weird turn here. There was a documentary series that was supposed to come out overseas. It was called Conspiracy of Silence. She is going to blame the Bushes for it getting pulled off of. Like when I tell you she was way before everything, like she like has it all. So she had to have been in her glory when QAnon and Pizzagate came on the scene. Like that just fueled her even more. Yeah. But reinforcing everything that she already believed, seeing this person and these things coming to light, because she has every theory you can imagine.
And the real reason the Conspiracy of Silence film, which was done in 1993, the real reason it was not put on the Discovery Channel is because at that time, the Discovery Channel was actually showing like real documentaries and shit. And they were, I mean, today they were released without question.
Oh, I think so
Back
too.
then, it did not fit their programming because they were more reliable and dependable and less sensational back then. They were like, no, this is not right for us. It had nothing to do with government cover-up. It was like, it was just, some movies get filmed, some documentaries get filmed, some
and never get put out and released.
Yeah, that's what happens, man.
That's life.
I'll make a copy of the cover, and then I'll open it up to the page where it shows Conspiracy of Silence, and I'll get a good shot of that.
Now, let me ask you another question. Do you have any information as to why Conspiracy of Silence was never aired?
The only information I was told, and that
Sorry, start again.
Oh, it was for the camera. I thought it was the
No,
conversation.
for the camera.
In May of 1994, a film called Conspiracy of Silence was supposed to be
Scripted.
aired. It had appeared in the TV guide, or the TV guide.
Yep.
And it was supposed to air this on a certain evening. It was related to me by John DeCamp that the network, the Discovery Channel, received a phone call and they were told to pull it off the air. Yorkshire TV, who filmed this broadcast, also were told that the film was not going to be able to be aired and they were ordered to destroy all copies. I was also told that Discovery Channel was at that point purchased by the Bush family. I don't know that to be true, but that is the report that I was given.
Bush is baby the Bush conspiracies.
We'll get John DeCamp on that one.
Because he's the one that told me that the Bush family bought it. And then that night, I mean, just hours before it was supposed to go on, it was jerked off the air, and then they were told to destroy the
I
copy.
mentioned that they were paid for the film, $400,000 for their efforts for films.
Yeah.
Yeah, what they were paid for it.
Yorkshire was paid for the rights to their work involved in the film. It was never aired.
Oh, okay. Yorkshire TV, as far as I know, were paid $400,000 for their work and contribution in filming for all
So
the expenses
scripted.
in filming this Conspiracy of Silence.
Okay. Now the very last part of this, and we'll go back to the main one. She is even going to have a conspiracy theory about Disney. When I say she has it all watching this, and again, I recommend watching it. I'll drop this in the link too if people want to watch it, because there's just so much, and you have to pick, only a few things, or else you'd be here forever. But it's just she has
There's
everything.
a lot of Disney conspiracies.
No, I know that, but what I mean is her as a
Yeah.
person. Like, she really is just, woo!
Hey, all good teenagers take off
Sure
their
there is.
clothes. That's a direct quote from Aladdin, right? I remember that, and I looked for it, and I didn't hear that until I read that someone said that's what you could hear, and they tell you the exact spot. When someone tells you what you can hear in something, you're going to hear it. So I heard all good teenagers take off their clothes when I played it back. It just, all the Disney shit. Oh my God, there's so much Disney shit.
And this is like, I think it's ABC or 2020 was coming out. So when she says Karen Burns, she's talking about the producer who came out, and then they didn't publish her thing they were supposed to. So it's all a conspiracy, right? And this is how she ties
her
in
and
Disney.
Pam have a lot in common.
Right?
Or others in the organization bought off. Disney has bought ABC, and it is a big player in the whole Franklin Credit Union situation.
Let me correct you. I heard that Disney bought 2020. They don't own ABC. ABC's a corporation.
Oh, they just bought 2020.
That's what I heard.
Disney and Warner
Uh-oh. You can see her trying to figure out real
because
time her
it's a
lying
corporation.
conspiracy she made. She's like, oh, shit.
Yeah, so let's start again on that.
Okay.
Start
Disney.
again on that. Nice.
Uh-huh.
Disney has purchased 2020. And from the investigation that has ensued with many mind control and sexual abuse victims, many of the kids were traumatized at the Disney World locations. This came about at the same time that my story was killed and being held hostage at ABC.
Being held hostage.
One has to wonder if this is related and connected, since it's all about abusing and sexually abusing and mentally abusing and physically abusing children.
All right. And that is it for Noreen's interview. And I'll put this down in the chat if anybody wants to, with Ted Gunderson. I'll make sure to get the other one in there too. There we go. That is script supervision, and pretty good script supervision at that. Oh, thanks, Drew. I didn't know that was the name for that. Okay. Let me get the other video back up that we were watching, the main one. And I'll post that in the stream too. Okay. Hunter, my man, what are you doing? Yeah, it was Ted Gunderson. Yep, that's who that was, Drew.
Compromising businessmen and politicians sexually. These kids were used in a royal fashion like none of us would ever dream of.
A West Des Moines police officer said that Noreen had told similar stories before, only to recant. Never any witnesses that verified her claim.
John Gosch, who by then was divorced from Noreen, has said he's happened. 40 years later, Johnny Gosch is still missing.
And if Johnny is still alive, he would be 52 years old. And this is what the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children thinks he could look like.
With light brown hair, graying at the temples, wrinkles on his face, with blue eyes. It's in stark contrast to the picture on the left, the one we all know, 12-year-old Johnny Gosch, a young boy frozen in time.
It's pretty
the lives
well
of Noreen Gosch and John Gosch have been frozen too, in a way.
Their world forever changed when Johnny never returned home from his paper route. John and Noreen Gosch told KCCI's Todd Magel how they've moved forward without their son after 40 years.
What goes through my mind at this point in time, 40 years at this, is what did I miss? What thing would there have been that might have changed the course of the investigation?
I still think of Johnny as a 12-year-old. I don't think of him as a 50-year-old adult now. What I think of most is that I cannot believe that somebody has not come forward with information or whatever.
John and Noreen Gosch are living with a painful 40-year-old mystery, a mystery that may never be solved. What happened to their 12-year-old son Johnny on a quiet Sunday morning in 1982?
My belief is based on what I've learned through the information we got that we could verify, and that was that he was kidnapped off the street while doing his paper route, and he was put into what they now call human trafficking.
And everybody wants to know, you want to know, it's just such a mystery. What do you think happened to him?
I have no idea. No idea.
John and Noreen Gosch no longer live in this West Des Moines neighborhood. Noreen lives in Northeast Iowa now. John lives in Arizona. In fact, he drove to a nearby cell phone tower to get enough bandwidth to do a Zoom interview with us.
Probably.
Speaking of FBI files, Drew, you reminded me, I have the FBI vault on this Johnny Gosch case. I'll put it in the comments too as we watch here.
Chances are pretty high that he never will be found, along with lots of other kids.
Will he ever be found?
I don't know that he would. I don't. And at this very second, I don't know if he's alive or not right now.
What is life like now for John and Noreen?
It crosses my mind usually some part of every day, but I have a life too. And 40 years also means everything slows down. There isn't the day-to-day need for action.
I think about it all the time. Every time I'm driving, if I see something white in the ditch, my eyes go directly toward it. He was wearing a white sweatshirt, Kim's Academy sweatshirt, apparently, when he was taken. And so that is locked into my brain.
Oh, absolutely heartbreaking living with
white
that.
Out there that I look at
every
all the
time
time.
you see something on the side of the road.
You just wonder if he's even going to come back.
After Johnny disappeared, the Gosches became known worldwide. The investigation continued for days, weeks, months, now decades. They worked nonstop trying to find their son. 40 years later, life has calmed down.
And now I'm at a point in my life where I can have a life and some happiness and some good times too. And it makes a difference. It helps.
They wonder what Johnny would be like at age 52, what he missed after 40 years.
It's just hard to even think that way. Hoping that he would have went through college like his brother and sister did and all that stuff, but it just stops at 12 years old.
The Gosches say they will never give up hope, and time does have a way of healing their wounds.
The hope is pretty well gone. I just would like to have a closure before I
Thanks, Drew.
I die, but you just don't know.
And I would like to hope that Johnny would be still alive and I would be able to spend some time with him before my demise. Actually, it's more than just
Wait,
hope.
she already did spend time with him.
It is a real wish.
She what?
She already did spend time with him. He came to visit her that one night.
Oh, she slipped. You're right.
Yep.
She forgot. She forgot right there. Mm.
To have that happen.
Noreen said it. She is holding out hope that Johnny is still alive.
But if he is, why hasn't he come forward? Noreen shares her theory later in this hour.
But coming up next, we're taking you inside the investigation to find answers 4 decades later, how that effort has changed over the years, and what West Des Moines police are still doing to this day to find Johnny Gosch. Plus, for the first time ever, see inside the evidence room where decades of clues have been collected.
And a little later, from quiet to a crime scene. This West Des Moines neighborhood looks pretty typical, unless you know what happened here. We'll hear from some of the people who know Johnny as more than just a face on a flyer. He was the paper delivery boy down the street.
I would like to speak directly to the people who are holding our son. Contact us, please. We'll meet your demands. This is a plea for you to release our son safely, to return him to us alive and well.
When Johnny Gosch first disappeared, the West Des Moines Police Department launched a huge search and investigation. Early on, John and Noreen Gosch criticized the department and hired their own.
Drew, can you see if you can post that again? I went over. I think my Twitch was set where you can't post links, but I switched it on. I think it's okay. That way I can snag that from you. Thank you.
Private investigators to try to bring Johnny home.
Appreciate it.
KCCI's Todd Magel shows us what's being done 40 years later to find closure.
I think I fixed it, I hope.
Our ultimate goal is to bring closure to everybody that knew and loved Johnny.
Johnny Gosch has been missing for 40 years, vanished from his Sunday morning paper route in West Des Moines. Since that day in 1982, has been working to find him. It's one of the oldest investigations in the department's history.
This particular
there it is.
case,
Thanks, Drew.
It is still open and active at this time. We do have detectives that are assigned to this case, and they do periodically still review that case file. We do receive tips and leads occasionally, multiple times a year. Of course, we have to vet those tips and make sure that they're credible. We need to look through all of those things. A lot of times they end up not being credible, or they could be hearsay. And sometimes they're tips and leads that we've already followed up on in the past that the public may not be aware of. So there's a lot of aspects to this case that we can't really comment on because the case is still open.
Police can't say what those tips are. They can't say if they think Johnny is still alive. They can't say if they have any theories about what happened that day.
Quacks, did you have that hairstyle back
open,
then?
And detectives and the other law enforcement agencies
I think
are still
everybody in the 70s and 80s had that hairstyle.
We don't comment on
boy
any
that I
theories
was
that
around.
we might have in the case at this time.
It's no surprise
Everyone in
that
my
after
neighborhood.
40
I was looking
years,
at
West Des
something
Moines
else.
police
I
have
missed
a
it.
lot of evidence in the Johnny Gosch case.
It's
They
that bowl
can't show
haircut
us
that kinda,
evidence,
like,
but for the first time
shaggy,
in 4
your
decades,
bangs are
they can
kinda
show
there
us
and it comes
where
down
that
around.
evidence is,
Not really.
right here in the West Des Moines Police Department.
Here's
You're
an
too cool.
exclusive look at the secure West Des Moines Police Evidence Room. Inside, on a top shelf 20 feet in the air, 4 storage boxes marked Johnny Gosch, each filled with physical evidence from that September day in 1982, and days, weeks, months, years since then. It's a powerful reminder that the investigation is an old case, but not a cold case.
These cases are very important to keep that evidence intact and to keep it preserved. We may end up getting a lead at some point in the future where that evidence is critical to bring closure to this case.
But West Des Moines Police Sergeant Jason Heitz admits solving the Gosch case is a challenge.
With the size of this case and the time span that's gone by since this case began. Sometimes it takes a long time to go through those case files, and many of our detectives now are retired or deceased or they're aging, and those resources are starting to disappear that had intimate knowledge of the case in the
And
past.
I
So
just wanted
it
to
does take a
say,
little more effort, but with technology and digitizing these cases now.
I put a link in the private chat to share in the room. One of the most famous missing child cases, it was in North Carolina. Aisha Degree, her name was. There is news recently within the past few months that they are closing in. And this is like a 20-year-old case. And we are seeing more and more in recent years. We're seeing more and more of these cases that are being closed. And I have a lot of bad shit to say about the police and what they do. But the importance of preserving and keeping the evidence, even if no new leads come in for 20, 30 years, more UIDs, unidentified deceased bodies, are being given their names back. And they are closing in on a lot of these cases. And sometimes some of these cases will never get solved, but there is some hope. And I do encourage everyone to listen to the first season. It's like 32 episodes of Faded Out. There was a man who worked for the paper that Johnny delivered for named Wilbur Millhouse. He died, and there's no conclusive evidence linking him to Johnny, but he was a circulation manager, and he had been found with child pornography before Johnny's disappearance. And all this talk of people knowing where Johnny would be and when, circulation manager is going to know that shit. And I think, and most cases, you know, the stranger danger thing was real. Colleen Stan was abducted by a stranger. And if you can tell, one of my other passions is like true crime stuff. But be very careful if you are interested in true crime, because you are not going to be able to look at any cases without conspiracy theories coming up. And that's unfortunate. And the reason that conspiracy theories get pulled into these cases is because there's a thing called linkage blindness. That's where you have this homicide maybe in Iowa, and then you have another homicide in California, and the agencies aren't talking together. And these two homicides are very similar in victimology. Both victims had the same eye color, same height, same weight, same mannerisms, same appearance. And linkage blindness is the inability to connect the dots. What's the opposite of linkage blindness? Everything's connected. And that's how conspiracy theories get brought into this stuff. And it's often the simplest explanation for these things. And this person, the most likely scenario is that it could have been this Wilbur Millhouse guy who had this history of having CSAM, and I guess apparently he got caught.
I don't know enough
Fondling.
I didn't get to those episodes or anything about him.
But the fact is that the most likely scenario is that it was probably a crime of opportunity. It was
Most of them are, and that's why, like, stranger danger got so blown out of proportion, and people didn't and it caused this moral panic, because, the milk cartons and parents are seeing this, and, it really did, when a lot of times it's people aren't together anymore and they kidnap a child, or it's somebody they know, or, an associate or whatever. It's not necessarily that stranger danger you have to watch out for, like a van coming to snatch your kid up.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that there is hope that some cases can be solved, because we do now have better technology. I'm sorry, go ahead,
Yeah.
Quacks.
And
Uh,
Johnny
oh,
Gosch's, just real quick, Johnny Gosch's father does go over the statistics for people believing it's all stranger danger and like all that. Like he is really good in his presentation. And when I post it, like I hope people watch his whole thing at the library because he's really good at what he does. But go ahead, Quacks.
yeah, the opposite of connection blindness is apophenia.
Yeah, that was a great album by The Who.
That's quadrophenia.
I know.
But
I
apophenia is seeing the
I know.
connections
Yeah,
that aren't
yeah.
there. Yes.
Yeah, and that's why you see so much. I call it true crime conspiracy. And in fact, my friend from the FBI, he and I had a short-lived podcast. We only got to do 6 episodes, but we called it True Crime Conspiracy, and we looked at cases that got wrapped up in conspiracy theories and stuff. And we did do one on Johnny Gosh. The recordings suck. We just did not do a good job, and we love you too, D. Um, and D, I have Pussy Comitatus with me.
Pussy Comitatus, that cracks me up every
D
time.
gave that to me, and I named it right on the spot. But it you know that it's. I don't have a problem with people playing Web Sleuth, but if you're going to be playing Web Sleuth, you gotta act like you're a real sleuth. You can't just grasp onto. And the 2 links that I gave out for DNA Dope Project and NamUs, you can help solve crimes without leaving the house. You can look over unidentified bodies and see if they match up with a missing person. And I've done it with NamUs a few times. And here's the cool thing. Even if you're wrong, that's an exclusion. That's one that you're actually, they look at it and they see if there's a match. And if it's not a match, it's an exclusion. But that means that they're one step closer by excluding that match. They're one step closer to possibly matching something. But you can't just be a 4chan Reddit web sleuth. You have to actually respect, and you shouldn't be looking for glory. You should be looking for hope. You know what I mean? And you can help solve cases, and I just when I started noticing, like, hey, why do all of these true crime podcasts seem to be so heavy on conspiracy theories? And I just made the connection. I'm like, you can't disconnect conspiracy theories from true crime. Yes, thank you, Joe. Like in the I think I might have matched Sam Little victim on NamUs. I'm not sure. I forget the details of the unidentified person with the Sam Little victim, but the match was kind of close. I don't know if it was a match or not, but you can do this. And I just want to also remind people that, I mean, yeah, they're doing that national database for Trump to search or whatever, but law enforcement, they don't have everything. They're not as on the ball as you might think. And
theirs is only as good as the police department's reporting to it. You're relying on them to self-report. It's not forced. So you're relying on the information that they are putting into the system and feeding into it. And if they even care enough to do it. So there's a lot of problems with it. It's good that it was created, right? But there's a lot of issues. So if the mom saw Johnny as she claims, why wasn't she charged back for 2 years worth of fees for the police used to look for him plus charge? I know, Nash. It's amazing. Like that they just let this all go along. It is such a wild tale. It is insane.
I think she just, I mean, she wanted her kid found, and then I think she got lost in all the muck in the mire. And I think, like, putting ourselves in her shoes, the trauma, like, I'm pissed at her, but I don't totally blame her, you know? And, because this
Review
is
I'm watching.
Yeah, but I like Schrodinger's missing children. That is the best way to describe this. And my ex-boyfriend, when his 8-year-old daughter was raped and murdered by her 15-year-old neighbor in Santa Cruz, they said that if they hadn't stopped the garbage collection, her body would have never been found because she died of positional asphyxia,
Jesus.
wedged into a recycling bin that he took down to the dumpsters. She might have been a Schrodinger's missing child, but she wasn't, and they got lucky and they have some closure on that. And it's
Oh, you're fine, Nash.
when you don't have any closure, when there is nothing, man, but the simplest answer is most often the correct one. It was probably a crime of opportunity, or it might have been a local pervert.
Well, no, because think of how much time they could have focused on real stuff if she hadn't done all of this with all these other wackadoos.
We're working on those things and trying to keep it moving as efficiently as we can.
We do have an active case for Johnny Gosch here at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
John Bischoff is Vice President of Missing Children at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The Johnny Gosch case is one of many that prompted Congress to form the nonprofit organization in 1984. It works hand in hand with law enforcement, and Bischoff says many law enforcement techniques and technologies have changed since then.
Time is of the essence.
I'm going to pause here real quick, and I just want to open up this America's Most Wanted that they did, since they brought that up, and show John Walsh and him founding the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which Noreen and John Gosch helped with as well. It's very short. I tried to find the whole thing, but it is impossible to find some old America's Most Wanted. So I only have this short clip.
Wanted to say also that knowing the shit that John Walsh pulled in the video you're about to show, and the shit that Noreen Gosch did, and I posted about this on Blue Sky yesterday. If NCMEC was formed with their influence and their insistence, I don't know how reliable that information is.
Yeah. Here we go.
For the last 7 years, I've been investigating the cover-up of a child prostitution network centered in Nebraska. The guy who spearheaded the abduction of Johnny Gosch was affiliated with this ring.
Hey, how you doing? Come on in.
Pitched to Rolling Stone, Harper's, the Atlantic Monthly, Vanity Fair, the New York Times Magazine. Everybody thought I was crazy.
I'm with Noreen Gosch. They had Johnny in an abandoned house outside of Sioux City, Iowa for about 14 days. And then a man came from Colorado who they called the Colonel, paid the kidnappers, and then he...
I was just going to pause here real quick because Steph and I know what this is. And I had the article debunking this. Noreen says these photos mysteriously showed up to her. And Steph has told you about the dates for it. It was a week before the anniversary. And what this turns out, the kids were all identified, and they were basically like goofing about, like see who could escape, like if they were kidnapped or whatever, being stupid kids.
And it was probably a pervy adult relative that put them in this. Like, hey, kids, play games.
No, I think it was a bunch of kids. No, they were kids messing around, as I understand it from newspaper articles at the time. Like an FBI agent even said they investigated the case 2 years before her even.
Yeah. And again, she was home alone when she found these on her doorstep,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Just kids being weirdos.
She's false flagging her own son.
Prostitution.
Yeah.
Pornography pictures, molesting other kids at gunpoint like Paul did.
2 years ago, a convicted child molester surfaced and said he helped kidnap Johnny.
He told an incredible tale
That's
of an
Bonacci again.
underground network of adults who kidnap and sell children for sex. Noreen decided to meet him face to face, to confront the person who says he helped kidnap and sexually assault her son. Bonacci claims that an organized ring of pedophiles abducts children and forces them into a life of child pornography and prostitution, and that it happened to him.
You know, they force you to do things, and they photograph it, they film it. The whole purpose for that is to either blackmail you into staying with them or split your mind up so that you don't even remember who you are.
The FBI has been informed as to everything that has come out of Bonaci's mouth, and that was done by his attorney, John DeCamp.
I submitted it to them, and it was like a forbidden zone I'd entered where they won't even communicate on it or talk to you or even reply.
The reason the FBI won't discuss Bonacci is that they feel he is an uncredible witness because of his role in a sex scandal that rocked Omaha.
Yep.
In 1989, the Franklin Credit Union scandal burst into the headlines. Paul Bonacci was one of the witnesses who made shocking allegations of child sexual abuse by some of Omaha's most influential citizens.
And that's about as long as the clip is. But yeah, you can get a feel for there, like how serious they took to Camp, who we've already discussed earlier here, what he was like in that interview with Bonacci, with the code words for, you know, Project Monarch and all this stuff. And America's Most Wanted is like, let's get these guys on this show.
And yeah,
let's do this.
And also, I just wanted to add something else about John Walsh, and he had his own reasons for doing this. But
Sure.
when they found Adam's book,
tragic death and kidnapping of his son, horrible. I can't freaking imagine what that would do. I can't imagine any of this.
When they found his body, they pinned it on Otis Toole, and if you actually like review it, Toole couldn't have done that. It was not Toole's typical MO. And at the time, Toole and his lover Henry, if there was a movie called Henry, the Portrait of a Serial Killer, it's based on Henry Lee Lucas. Henry and Otis were lovers, and they went on a murder and robbery spree across the country. And I think they really did love each other, as weird as that sounds. In exchange for confessions, investigators would they eventually got Henry to confess to like 600 killings, and they didn't care. Hey, Henry.
Well, and he's called the Confession Killer. Netflix has that great
and
special.
They would say, "Hey, Henry, you got some lucky strikes, a whole carton. Why don't you tell us about this case? Or we'll let you call Otis. We'll let you and Otis talk on the phone for a little bit if you tell." There were a few murders that Otis and Henry were conclusively linked to. I don't know why John Walsh accepted Toole as the murderer of his son.
I think he needed just closure.
Yeah, and you know, he kind of expressed some doubts about it. And when they found Adam's body, John and his wife were on, I think it was a CNN interview with Larry King, and the call came in. And John had to maintain his composure and tell his wife afterwards. There's some speculation. I have a book by some crazy conspiracy guy called Frustrated Witness, where he claims that he saw Jeffrey Dahmer at the Sears that day. And Dahmer was in Florida, in that area at the time. But again, this isn't really Dahmer's MO. And you could also say, well, any ship in any port in a storm, you know. But I really don't. I don't really think it was Dahmer, and I don't think it was Toole either.
No, it certainly wasn't either.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Hey, David B., we can get started. Oh, I'm right back. Okay. I was like, oh no, that's the Confession Killer to watch it if anybody's interested. About Otis O'Toole, and he is just a liar. It's a really good documentary, actually, for Netflix.
And it is one of the bigger things that have changed over the years. But believe it or not, even today, we're fighting with that perception from the public that there is some perceived waiting period when that is absolutely not the case.
Noreen Gosch lobbied the Iowa legislature to force police to act more quickly after Johnny's disappearance. It's called the Johnny Gosch bill.
And that ensures that there's an immediate investigation. No more waiting 72 hours. You don't do that on a bank robbery. Why would you for a human being?
It's very critical to try to find a child or a missing person within that first 24 hours is really the window when to work on that. And those things have changed over time. Things are different now, investigative practices are different now, and reporting is different now.
Another big change, instead of milk cartons and signs painted on trucks, the internet and other high-tech tools have revolutionized the way missing kids are investigated.
Back then, it was difficult to share information in an expedited fashion. Now we have certain things such as Amber Alerts, we have the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, we have social media outlets, and a whole host of other technology that can help us work these cases in a more expedited fashion.
In the last 30 years, the FBI reports missing children cases have dropped by 40%, but that's cold comfort when so many cases remain unsolved.
It doesn't matter that 40 years have passed. We'll still continue to look for Johnny Gosch.
That pain doesn't go away.
And until told otherwise, until it's stopped.
The goal that we have is to bring him home and reunite him with his family. And we hope that someday that happens, and we'll do everything that we can to assist that process.
Johnny's disappearance happened really close to those who would investigate his case.
The West Des Moines police station back then was less than a mile from here, at the corner of Valley West Drive and Ashworth Road. And for those in this neighborhood, September 5th, 1982 is a day that seemed to change everything. Still ahead, we're hearing from people who saw the case play out firsthand 40 years ago, right in front of their homes.
And he went from reporter to confidant, standing by the Gosches all these years. Next, what he's helped them achieve over 40 years of searching for Johnny.
We'll start fanning out through the creek here, and we'll walk this Greenbelt Park all the way through.
But law enforcement agents are still waiting for some solid leads, including information about the two cars seen in the area of John's disappearance Sunday morning. Officers say the investigation will continue.
Well, we continue on. We've got a lot of information we're sorting through. Our teams are checking out leads as they come in. I'm sure the search will continue tomorrow.
Is this still being treated as a missing persons case at this point?
Yes, it is.
You don't think it's a kidnapping, though, do you?
I'm not ruling out anything, but I have nothing to indicate that it was a kidnapping.
Do you think you would have heard from the kidnappers by now?
I would state that normally, yes.
One local journalist who covered this story ended up becoming dear friends with the Gosches. Ron Sampson covered this story from the start.
He shared with KCCI's Todd Magel the memories he's collected over the years of advocating for finding Johnny Gosch.
Just the fact that you can be 2 blocks from your house, disappear, and not one clue in 40 years. There's just no describing it.
Still, Ron Sampson
Steph, do you want to explain the 2 links you had me put up?
Yeah, the one, Madison Middleton, that was my ex-boyfriend's daughter, the 8-year-old who was murdered in Santa Cruz. And I actually got to go to some of the transfer hearings because of some stupid bill that, what's his name? I am Governor Jerry Brown, that guy, just before he left.
I don't know. Jesus, I have no idea.
Governor Jerry Brown. I always have to remember it by singing the Dead Kennedy song. Jerry Brown signed some law right before he left his latest governorship in California, before stupid Newsom came in.
Newsom?
Nuisance. Before he came in, that changed some of the laws. So before Madison's murderer could even go to court, they had to have a hearing to see if he would be tried as a juvenile or an adult. And they said adult. And then that got overturned, and he might already be released. And his planned release, this is funny, It's in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco at a halfway house. That's a great place to put a pedophile serial killer,
Jesus.
in the Tenderloin. If you're familiar with the Rancid song, Lock, Step, and Go, that song was about living in the Tenderloin. When you leave your house, you lock, you step, and you get the fuck out. But Adrian Gonzalez is an actual case of a 15-year-old pedophile with serial killer leanings. And I got to sit in the transfer hearings to see if he would be tried as an adult or a juvenile. And I've never sat that close to evil. I have,
Wow.
I saw evil like up close. Like that, this is not someone who can be reformed. He wasn't able to maintain erection until he thought she was dead.
Oh.
And there were no hesitation marks.
Jesus
There
Christ.
were no hesitation marks.
Okay.
Yeah, 15-year-old boy first killing and no hesitation marks. So some of these things are real, but again, this was not a stranger danger. This was a neighbor who lured her into his apartment. Yeah, so I got to hear things in the courtroom that the newspapers never printed, and I'm like, I think the whole necrophilia thing should have been mentioned in the paper. But yeah, so I kind of I never went to his actual trial. Her father and I had broken up at that time. I never got to meet her, but I do remember I had just moved to California, not far from Santa Cruz, in 2015, and a few months later was when this big thing came out. There's this missing girl. There were posters even, like, I don't know, I was like maybe 10 or 15 miles from Santa Cruz. There were posters in that area too, and people were taking off work to look for her and everything. And they found her body.
It was a neighbor.
Yeah, and
I'm so
and it's
sorry. I know you've told it before, but I just wanted to say I'm sorry again.
no,
It's such a
and
tragic
he's dead
story.
now because he was an alcoholic. So there's a little boy out there without a father now, and whose half sister is gone. So,
That's
and
sad. What about the other video? That's
yeah,
Soul Asylum. I remember that
Runaway
song.
Train features pictures of actual missing kids. They actually tried to use it to bring a little bit more notoriety to some of these missing children cases, and I think that was really cool that they did that.
It really was.
Oh,
I
and
think
his
so too.
hair,
I
his
agree.
hair. Oh, I want his hair.
I still
It's
love
a
the
great
song.
song.
It is.
And 40 years trying to describe the case of Johnny Gosch.
My notes to myself from the very first time I met John and Noreen.
Sampson still has briefcases full of files filled with Gosch information. Sampson was a young columnist for a suburban weekly newspaper when he filed his first report on the Gosch case.
I was asked to come over and interview John and Noreen by one of my readers of the Ankeny Press Citizen. And I gladly did it, and I was hooked.
He was hooked by the agonizing mystery.
The papers were still there, the wagon was still there, the rubber bands were still there. Gretchen, the dachshund, had walked home without him. That's it. That's your first clue. I mean, in other words, there is no clue.
He remembers the frustration.
Well, the thing that probably was most wrong is that it was the first time for anything like this for anybody. Nobody in this area had any expertise on this.
He not only reported on the news story, he and his wife became friends with the Gosches.
What I learned is that we didn't know much. And John and Noreen were plowing new ground as far as searches, as far as legislation. This is just something nobody had experienced And so we were desperate for information.
Eventually, the missing persons case took on a life of its own. Johnny appeared on a milk carton.
I think AE approached us first, and that was a first anywhere nationally.
A trucker asked to put Johnny's face on his big rig.
And then we were approached by a trucker here in the Des Moines market that wanted to put it on the side of his truck and drive it across the country.
Sampson says one of his most satisfying moments was see the Gosches help create new legislation to speed up the process of finding missing kids.
You don't wait 24 hours, you don't wait 48 hours.
They definitely
you don't
helped
wait
change the
72
landscape
hours.
of it.
The police have to get on any kind of a
They affected
report of
change.
a missing child. People probably don't remember that that was kind of the norm of the day, but we didn't know any better. And we learned the hard way that it is the better way to do it.
Back in 2017, John Gosch lent Johnny's red wagon to Sampson to display at the Iowa State Fair. It's the same wagon found on the sidewalk the day he disappeared.
They still kept
a
the
piece
wagon.
of Central Iowa history.
This was the last thing that Johnny touched. It is what John found when Johnny hadn't delivered his papers. Think of the significance of that wagon. I mean, I'm getting the chills sitting here and it's 105 degrees.
What does he think happened?
My story was he was taken on a Sunday morning and he's never been heard from since. And we don't know who took him. We don't know why they took him. We don't know if it was a pedophile or a molester. We don't know anything. If it was just somebody who took him for a few minutes or somebody, we just don't know.
Sampson is worried he may never know what happened to Johnny Gosch.
Okay, I'm 70 years old, going to be 70 years old here shortly. I've been doing this now for 40 years, over half of my life. I've raised my sons. My wife and I.
He's a very
have been
sensible
friends of
reporter,
Gosch's.
this guy.
It has been part of our lives, and there isn't a day that goes by, obviously, that I don't think about it.
Iowa journalists have covered this mystery endlessly. Many have retired without ever knowing the fate of Johnny Gosch.
They say time heals all wounds. Don't think it heals this one.
Next, we will talk with current and former KCCI journalists who have covered every twist and turn of this disappearance.
And a neighborhood forever changed. See the search for Johnny through the eyes of those who watched it firsthand, and the little moments they'll never forget 40 years later.
With little to go on, police turn an eye on early morning routine. Exactly to the hour when 12-year-old John Gosch suddenly vanished on his paper route. Stopped motorists at several intersections to see if they routinely drove in the neighborhood just before dawn. Police were looking for possible witnesses or for any suspicious activities. Authorities learned nothing new and say they still have no solid evidence the boy was abducted. Nevertheless, many parents who ordinarily wouldn't accompany their children did so today. Also, the paper kept closer tabs today on its 2,000 Des Moines carriers.
How does that happen in our neighborhood? It affected all of us.
This felt like the safest neighborhood ever. You just didn't come out at night anymore. It just seemed there was just a real fear.
Johnny Gosch grew up where so many parents would love to raise their kids, in suburban surroundings at the end of a quiet street.
And that's how this West Des Moines neighborhood remains today. But as KCCI's Eric Hansen shows us, the people who lived here know that can change in an instant.
Just north of Ashworth Road in West Des Moines, 45th Street is a one-block-long cul-de-sac with only 10 homes.
Do you remember that?
Including the one on the west side, where Jerry Archambault and her husband moved in the late 70s.
There were no trees. We were all putting trees in. I planted every tree on that lot.
Because back then, this neighborhood, just a few blocks west of Valley High School, was the very edge of the metro.
Brand new. The whole block was.
Filled with young families, about the same age.
Oh, we were all so social. We would come out at night and stand around drinking beer and talking.
Which is when Jerry met her neighbors 2 doors down, John and Noreen Gosch. The couples had kids the same age.
If she had an engagement to go to, I would take care of Johnny. And if I had something to do, she'd take care of Jean.
Today, the neighborhood is full of mature trees. Back in the early 80s, the trees in this neighborhood were smaller and the cars were bigger.
So many memories.
Jerry's daughter Sherry was a junior in high school,
We used to put a basketball court, one of those portable ones, in the cul-de-sac, and everybody came out.
including Johnny, the boy everyone around here knew for running around the neighborhood and for his job as the morning paper boy.
Johnny used to take his wagon and then you had to fold your own papers and rubber band them, and I only know that because we all subbed on that paper route. When Johnny would be gone or out of town, everybody would fill in.
We knew pretty much everyone on our street.
John Lipovac knew the routine. His route was just a few blocks east.
You'd go knocking on their door once a month and try to catch them at home and collect their $3.75 for a month's worth of papers or whatever.
He delivered to about 40 neighbors and never thought twice about leaving home alone at 4 a.m.
Yep, totally safe. We could leave the house.
It's insane that it was at 4 a.m. they're out delivering papers.
It was a
It's
Sunday
weird.
morning.
between 5
September
and
5th,
6.
1982. The headlines about
I've
the
heard
USDA
before.
were not big.
Well,
no
I
one
didn't listen to all that
saw that.
podcast.
My
you did.
husband was furious he hadn't gotten the paper. He was an early riser.
These
up
are the
at 4 o'clock.
neighbors.
No
So-
paper until
and a
Johnny's
few
dad,
articles
John,
I read said
delivered
4
them.
o'clock too.
Yeah, John
were
Sr.
plenty
had
of
to go
cops
deliver
right at
them while his
sunrise.
son was
I said
missing.
to Bill, there's something going on.
You know, he explains
But
that in the one thing because he gets a lot of flack for that. While he was doing that, he was also talking and he was in his vehicle. Like he
Yeah.
was also searching for his son and talking. And everybody acts like he was like, the most
Yeah,
important
no.
thing is I've got to deliver these papers.
No, like
That's
I
not what he
never
was
got
doing.
that impression. I mean, I thought it was shitty that they that they wanted to do that.
No, the conspiracy, like if you go on the Reddits and like different conspiracy like articles I've come across, like, yeah,
And
they're
honestly,
like, what was he
like,
doing? He delivered newspapers.
It was shitty that they wanted him to do that, but he was able to retrace Johnny's steps, and he was able to ask people at various houses and locations and on the street.
Yeah.
So there was, it wasn't just him delivering the papers.
Got to get this paper route down.
He was using that as an opportunity to trace his son's steps. Like, I never had any suspicions about either of his parents.
Me either.
No suspicions at all.
But, online
Oh,
sleuths.
God.
Focus was to get to church.
We went to church, came home, and then more police cars. And then everybody's coming outside of their houses trying to figure out what's going on.
I went out in the garage to get a Sara Lee coffee cake, and I looked out the
I love
side
her.
door. And
I went out
saw
to the garage
Noreen
to
up
get a
there
Sara Lee
talking
coffee
to what
cake.
I know
Like,
now
these
were
are
the
like
FBI
signs of the
agents.
time.
And I came in and said to my husband, I said, I
Uh-huh.
need to go see if we can help.
Drinking
He
beer in the
says, "Go ahead,"
neighborhood,
and he
Sara
gave me a
Lee
big
cakes
hug.
in the freezer.
That's when I found
I'd
out
hang
Johnny
out
was
with her.
gone.
Johnny's dog Gretchen had been with him.
I would.
And the dog had walked home, and just as the day went on, it was like, oh, surely he'll show up and come back wherever he wandered off to.
We never did finish making breakfast. We told the girls we were going to be gone all day, and they had to finish making breakfast. We wanted to help.
I remember walking cornfields, and we all were in a row, so nobody missed anything, and you just walked and walked thinking that he was out there in those cornfields.
That first day, some thought he'd run away.
Everybody asked me, what did you think? And I said, I think he's been abducted. He was the biggest kid on the corner. Johnny was very big for his age.
They say he was like
what Johnny's
5'8".
mom, 2 doors
5'7",
down,
5'8" for his
thought
age.
too.
Our son was taken off the corner of 42nd and Marcourt. I don't believe for 1 minute that he ran away or walked voluntarily with anyone.
By evening, everyone in town was suddenly scared.
My grandma called my parents right away when she heard it on the news, I think later that day or that night. And, she heard about this paper boy named John that was gone missing, so she freaked out and called mom and dad, and, that settled that right away.
Her West Des Moines paperboy named John was safe. But within days, 2,000 carriers all over the metro suddenly had parent chaperones. Back on 45th,
It just changed the neighborhood completely. We were very supportive, trying to help in any way we could, but people just didn't come out of their houses anymore.
Sherry didn't even like coming home from Valley football games after dark.
The house has changed now, but it used to have the brick arch, and I always thought somebody was lurking inside that. I just didn't want to get out of the car.
Today, Ring doorbells record every movement. But back then, clues weren't captured, and that unknown freaked everyone out.
But then it just became a thing, like, we have to be safe. This has to be locked up so that the boogeyman can't come get you.
I remember the fair the following year. They had the kids tied to them on leashes, I mean, it changed the whole world.
It's hard to believe 40 years, yeah.
Lee Dunham moved to the corner of 42nd and Marquardt 8 years ago, 32 years after Johnny's red wagon was found here.
No, I didn't realize that until that first summer that we lived here, that somebody stopped and was saying that this was kind of a sad little corner. And I said, why is that? And they said this is where Johnny Gosch was kidnapped from.
The mystery he'd followed when he'd lived on Des Moines' South Side was suddenly right outside his door.
Even today.
Oh, we're freezing again. Quacks, you still there?
Where they watched the Gosches.
There we go.
Am I back?
You're back.
Oh, okay. Well, weather, on, off.
Do so many interviews.
We admired Noreen.
It's like monsoon season in PA, I swear. We got
her
like
goal
very
was
few
to
days
keep
of no
Johnny's
rain.
name at the top of the list, especially on the anniversaries. She's been pretty successful.
Returning home to 45th Street.
For me, it brings back
No,
all
I don't
these
want
memories.
anymore.
What happened here
I need
is
to do
why
something.
decades
Tired of
later, Sherry didn't let her boys ride bikes to elementary school alone.
It shaped just the rest of my life. Like, you don't stop thinking about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
They changed, just like this neighborhood.
Great neighborhood now.
But
It happened here. It's just unbelievable that it happened here.
and
It affected all of us.
Eric Hansen, KCCI 8 News,
How does that happen in our neighborhood?
Iowa's news leader.
What's striking about this corner where Johnny disappeared is that it's so ordinary. No plaque or marker to indicate this is where one of Iowa's biggest mysteries began.
While there is no official marker here, journalists who've covered this story for 4 decades need no reminder. Tonight we talked to 2 veteran KCCI journalists about covering the twists and turns of such a high-profile case.
Well, I think I was the first journalist by happenstance to find out about the story, simply because my wife and I were on our way to church that morning, and as I drove past the corner of 42nd and Marquardt to our church 1 block from that intersection, I saw a number of people standing around, a number of police cars, a number of police officers outside the vehicles. So I pulled into the church parking lot, my wife went inside.
Okay, I think we're frozen again. How about that weather? I don't know if Quacks is still awake. I'll just kind of add a little bit more context. There she is. I've just been
And on my icy hot Azets, icy hot with lidocaine, and I was like, connection loss, perfect timing. Everybody won't see me spraying down my old neck and back falling apart.
When you freeze, I've just been trying to kind of fill it in so there's no dead air.
You've been doing great. Like before I could hear you. This time I couldn't, but like when you and Quacks were vamping and like because it kept the natural flow going. It was great.
And I wasn't trying to like shock or freak anyone out with the stuff about Madison, but I just wanted to explain that, I actually got to experience some of this true crime stuff in real life. And, I got to experience the pain of the family. So I do know, I'm not trying to like,
shock value or anything like that.
I just, like I've been in that, with the family and, watching all the various tragedies that enveloped the family and the aftermath of it and stuff. And it's just, and I saw the way that they reacted to it. They had like huge the grandparents had huge pictures of her all around the house. And it was a little freaky. And in fact, they never had a family photograph of the entire family together with Madison. So they had someone do a professional Photoshop to make it look like she was there with the whole family. And there's just a little, and like they had this like 5-foot tall portrait of her in her house. And I'm like, man,
People cope in all kinds of ways, right, though? I mean,
Yeah.
what do you know? It is inherently not a victimless
Yes.
genre. Way too many people use it for entertainment. Yeah, and that's why we were very cautious about approaching this subject matter and the way we talked about it. And, you know, when we opened up the show, expressing, even though we were going to be debunking stuff and conspiracies and the things that Noreen has done, it was very important to realize that their child was taken from them. They have no answers. They are parents. They're suffering. He has siblings. He had family members that loved him, right? Like there are real people behind the story we're telling,
And I
you know.
mean, you can experience that sense of entertainment from consuming true crime, but don't go into it looking at it as entertainment. If you feel entertained by it, okay. If it's something that interests you and you want to watch it or listen to it, okay. But you don't sit there and go, "Ooh," you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Dee
Yeah.
knows what I mean. Like, you know, because you
Exactly.
know, sometimes I'll sit there for like hours and just scroll through missing people cases and just like read some of these interesting things and stuff because I don't know how to describe this feeling that I get, but they're like I always feel for the bones. I don't know if that makes sense, but like when we're driving on a highway or like a weird road or I'm walking through a wooded area, I'm looking. I'm looking to see if there's something there, not because I'm like some weirdo or something, but those are the places where you find these things. And when you're going there,
Families
keep
get
your eyes
answers.
open. You
Loved
never
ones.
know. You might find something.
I'm not looking because I don't want to find anything, so I'm good. I'm not keeping my eyes open for shit, Steph. Sorry. I don't want to find shit. Nope. I'm
I
good.
always am. And apparently there's a few skulls that might be floating around the Santa Cruz Mountains area that were never found from Kemper's victims. And you know, so I always keep my eyes out, and not to collect, not to be morbid, but if I can find something, I found something. Maybe someone can identify that. I did something to help, you know? So
Yep. You keep looking. I ain't looking for
okay.
shit. I don't want to be involved in
I just don't want anyone to
No
think
way. I would freak the
like I
fuck
am
out.
slightly morbid, but I don't want people to think that I'm like, oh, a body, you know.
No, I get what you say, like, because, you know, if you consume true crime and you watch these stories and stuff, you see like a body found or this found, you know, people doing random stuff. I don't want to be that
And I
person.
want to
Nope.
tell everyone there's a number one rule. It's never a mannequin. If you think you find a mannequin in the woods, that's not a mannequin. It's never a mannequin.
Nope. And I ain't going near that either. Nope. I would
How big
report
it
it,
will
but I ain't going
become.
near it.
Former
I'm not gonna
KCCI
investigate to
News
see if it is
Director
or
Dave
isn't.
Buzik covered
you don't want to
thousands of
contaminate
stories
the crime
before he
scene.
retired. From horrible plane crashes to the floods of '93, Buzik has seen it all.
David has a question for you.
When we lived in Arizona for a time, I actually wanted to adopt a dog for that because of the desert. You know, to like look to see if I could find anything in the desert to help out. I don't actually go out specifically looking, but if I'm, you know, like near a wooded area or a highway or a rest stop, you know, I'm looking on the side of the road.
You pay
I'm
extra
and
attention.
the biggest, the most, okay, basically like the statistics are like all of us have probably encountered a serial killer in our lives and just never knew it. Those statistics and the likelihood go up the more time you are around truck drivers.
Oh, good Lord. You don't know how many truck drivers I know in rural PA.
And it's the perfect job for a killer.
No lie.
He wasn't sure how this story would play out at the time.
We had a reporter and photographer on that Sunday and suggested they come on out and at least get some video of the scene. You know, if the kid comes home,
Oh, Nash
it's
has
not
a question.
story.
That's a good question. Do you think it's somewhat easier for the mom to think think he's possibly in a sex ring versus dead? Absolutely. I 100% believe that for some reason gave her comfort
Yeah.
than acknowledging that he is in all likelihood dead. Like he probably within, either within the first 24 hours, a week, who knows, right? But that's typically what happens in these kind of cases. And I think it was easier for her to accept that story. It gave her hope. Like there's this big ring out there and he's probably out there somewhere. It created a fantasy world for her that her son's
I
still
mean,
alive.
I would rather be dead than be sex trafficked.
I would rather have answers where I could
Yeah.
put my child to rest.
Yeah,
Personally.
and if anyone has any legitimate information, you can look up the number to call. I don't have it at hand, but if you see something, say something, or like the Bob's Burgers episode. If you see something, sing something. TS musical.
You and Bob's Burgers.
But it's also important when you consume a lot of true crime to know when to stop. You have to take.
Yeah.
I used to be like so hardcore obsessed with it and all that, and and then all the conspiracy shit, and I just had to walk away because it can consume you, and it can ruin your view of reality too. But if you want to try DNA Dope Project or NamUs, I encourage anyone out there, give it a go. See if you can match someone. You never know, you might.
Shelby, are you familiar with Stop 8? I am not, David. I don't know what Stop 8 is. I'm curious now. If you can explain it, or I will actually look it up as I press play
But
here.
if the kid doesn't come
don't
home,
know
it's
what that
probably
is.
going to
No,
be
I
a
don't.
story. Turns out the kid didn't come home, and it's a story.
After the boy folded his papers and loaded his wagon, he walked a block north on 42nd Street and turned here at Marquardt Lane. A while later, the boy's father found the wagon with
the Union
newspapers
Army?
blowing in the wind.
And journalists stayed on the story for days, weeks, months, and eventually years.
As time went on and Johnny didn't return, not the first day, not the second day, not the third day, not a month later, not a year later, clearly there was a great deal of concern.
Concern not only for Johnny Gosch, but also for the kids who were still delivering newspapers.
Steve Kramus, Metro Circulation Manager, ordered the department's 49 supervisors to drive through their districts
I'm
and
curious,
oversee
though, David.
morning deliveries.
It cuts close to home for me.
You've piqued my
because
interest.
7 years before Johnny went missing, I was a Des Moines Register
Oh, no, I'm
newspaper
not.
carrier with the same.
I am not familiar with that.
Who did they find there?
I don't know. Truck stop at Route 8 and Interstate 80 in Barclay. No, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, every
gosh.
time, like when we go to visit Arizona and we're at these like rest stops and stuff, no matter what time of day it is, I make sure that I'm in sight of my husband. He's in sight of me. I make sure I have my phone on me, and I tell him, "Hey, I'm going to the soda counter, and then I'm going to be like, I don't trust those rest stops. You have to be very vigilant at truck stops, rest stops, gas stations, especially when you're out on a highway."
Sure. Yeah, we're careful too when we travel. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's see here. Play. Where's my play button? I have so many tabs open. There we go.
Sunday morning route in my neighborhood, and in those days you just kind of take things for granted and that you're going to be fine. But now that I think about it, I was a paper boy 7 years before he went.
If you have a link or something about that, David, I changed the settings so you can post links in the chat. I'm very interested if you have something with that. I'm very curious. Like if you ever come across something or whatever, you can send it my way. But yeah, wow. Never heard of it.
Missing. And wow, that's a hard reality to think about it.
KCCI photojournalist Courtney Kintzer began his career when he was just 17 years old. He says he can't compare this cold case to any others he's seen through the years.
Nothing to this, absolutely nothing to this magnitude, that the story that's gone on this long, and then it's just been a cold case. I mean, it's the mystery of mysteries.
This is an important story, and I hope one day this community gets to find out what happened.
The Gosches say there has now been a total, complete break with the West Des Moines Police Department. They say the department's lack of experience in child abduction cases has resulted in uncooperativeness and a failure to do many basic things that were needed.
Journalists were well aware of the conflict between Johnny's parents and police.
I'm sorry,
and
but
it became
their
a big
private
part of the
investigator
story.
looked
The police
shady. I know
chief
you
in
said he
West Des
turned
Moines
out
at the
to
time,
become
guy
like
by
a
the name of
conspiracy
Warble
theorist
Cooney,
the
was
first
kind of
one.
an old
He
school
looked
guy
shady
who'd
as
come
fuck
up through
sitting there
the
on the
ranks,
couch.
and he and
Oh, did
Noreen
you,
were
David?
like oil and water. Noreen's emotions are very much out front. Orville Cooney didn't react to that kind of thing. So I think that there was a sense that they were getting beat up by Noreen, by the media, and police.
Do you hear him? There was a sense by the
kinda
police that they were
pulled
getting
the
beat up by
ranks in a little
Noreen.
bit tighter and
Of course
kept
they
her
were.
at bay.
She's not allowed to
So
talk to
really
them
it was
anymore.
just
The
a
police won't
bad
talk. I
situation
mean, not
in
that she's
terms
not
of
allowed, but
easy
they,
flow of
the
communication.
relationship
There was
done.
not
They
a
won't
lot
talk
of
to her.
trust between the family and the police department out there, and
Because she's
that
so
didn't
outlandish.
serve any of those people well.
While journalists try to detach their own feelings from a story, both Buzik and Kintzer say, after so many years, that's nearly impossible.
As a photojournalist, you know, you do have to separate yourself emotionally, but at the same time you're human. And you
Yes,
can't
David.
help but feel for the parents and just think about, wow, what if that was, you know, my child? You just can't even imagine going through that. I know I can't, still can't.
Well, personally, I've always cared about the story. I've always cared about Noreen. I think that she has helped other families who've gone through this. I think that she's been a rock. I had hoped by the end of my career a couple of years ago that maybe something would be known about this case, but it hasn't happened. The world has changed a lot in so many ways over 40 years, and yet this pain of a parent losing a child is something everyone can relate to, and it's just a horrible tragedy that, for everyone's sake, I wish there could be some information that would at least give people some closure on it. Here we are. The fact that we're talking about it, it's an open wound on this community. It's certainly an open wound for that family, and I don't know that it's ever going to completely heal over. They say time heals all wounds. Don't think it heals this one.
Johnny Gosch was the first of 3 boys to disappear in the Des Moines area in the 1980s. When we come back, the similar circumstances that left these kids missing and whether the cases could be connected.
Plus, Noreen Gosch still has hope that she will see her son before she dies, why she thinks he can't come home if he's still alive.
In a news conference today, the Gosches say they recently learned of 25 leads the police department had never told them about. They say it's crucial they know about the leads.
I personally do not think that any law enforcement agent in this country has the right to sign a death warrant on any child. If there's a lead that comes in from the Missing Children's Center in Washington, that may be a
Says Washington, I love it.
law
In
enforcement,
Washington.
Especially West Des Moines Police Department, does not check it out. We know that our private investigators will check it out.
Other police departments sit down with the parents and go over things, so there is communication, so the parents know that something is being done for their child.
Before we finish up the last 10 minutes segment here, I'm just going to pull up John Gosch's. I only have like very short clips from him. But he did let me pull it up here. This is the father. Hold on, let me pause this. Okay, share this tab. He did I know, Nash, right? But he did a presentation at the Odebolt Public Library, and it was called In Defense of Children. And it's a really good presentation, but there were just a few things that I wanted to play to include his part of the story. And the first part is his version of what he did that day and like what happened. Let's see, 347.
But anyway, when Johnny was kidnapped back in 1982, which is 43 years coming up pretty soon. The last thing I ever thought could happen. He was doing his Sunday morning paper route. I'd been with him every Sunday morning except for 2 or 3 in the morning that he was kidnapped. Did not know why he went by himself, because we were going to go to the lake that day and teach one of his kids or one of his friends how to water ski, because we had a boat and I probably taught 25 kids how to water ski or whatever. But each one of the kids could take somebody different to the lake when we went on Saturdays and Sundays. So when I got the call at 6:55, if I remember right, one of the neighbors wondered where their Sunday morning paper was. And I says, Johnny must have overslept. I ran down to his room. He was gone. So I figured he was out getting ready to go. And so I drove and there, saw his wagon. And then something surprised me, his little miniature dachshund that was with him all the time. He'd actually carry the dog in the paper bag with him when he would deliver papers.
I think that's so sweet that he carried his little Dotson in his
there,
paper
kind of
route bag as he pulled the
Gretchen.
wagon.
Her name was Gretchen.
So the dog saw
Yeah.
something, we don't know what.
It's adorable.
Anyway, I came home, told Noreen to call the police. They said something's not right. Found his wagon, can't find him. And then I thought, well, he might be in one of the listener's house or something, having a hot chocolate, who knows? Because he was a very friendly kid. He'd talk to anybody and carry on a good conversation. So anyway, I went and delivered the rest of the paper, told her to call the police. They finally came over, and their first thing was, well, he's more likely a runaway. And I said, my son didn't run away. So that started the search. Neighbors and friends started going out in the pastures and groves and forests and whatever they could find to look. Because when you do this, most of the kids are found within the first day. Statistics anyway. But we didn't expect somebody like this. But anyway, in the U.S., about 2,300 kids a day go missing.
Next time stamp, because he goes through a bunch of, it's really, I do recommend watching it. But what I found most remarkable, and I'm going to go to this clip here at 2010, is what he's been doing versus Noreen, his ex-wife, in his time, and learning and expanding his knowledge of child abductions and procedures and processes. And he's going to talk about white women syndrome and how indigenous groups and people of color and BIPOC, the whole gambit are not
And
treated.
trans. One of
Like-
the biggest causes of actual runaways is for LGBT plus Q kids whose families do not accept them. And Solomon
Yes.
Berg included this in his story when he was talking to Carrie Cassidy. He included this, and they run away.
Yeah.
And then they can't go back home a lot of times. They don't feel they have a home to go back to, and they end up becoming trafficked. I mean, so
Or
yeah,
sex workers
so-
are just in horrible positions.
So, if your kid comes out non-binary, gay, trans, bi, whatever, you
Love
love
them.
that kid no matter how you feel, because if you don't, they're going to end up out in the streets.
Sadly. But I did like this part because he's doing and learning and evolving where Noreen's stuck.
The missing white syndrome, woman's syndrome, is a term that describes when the press will report more on a white missing woman than they will on a black, Hispanic, or whatever. So that slows down the investigations when they don't get the cooperation from the local media. The media is one of the best best avenues to, besides the police, to get coverage and find your children. Time frame of recovery of missing kids. Most of them are recovered within a week, about 85%.
And we're going to go now to him talking about Noreen's story, his ex-wife here.
I'm putting a link.
Is 2516.
I'm putting a link in the chat. It's a Reddit link, so read it at your own risk. There was a woman, a Hispanic woman, who went missing around the same time and area as Lacey Peterson, and her case got nothing. Nothing.
That's white women syndrome, and like, yeah. Okay, here he is, and I believe this is from a question he takes in the audience. It's either this one or the next.
Something on that, I don't know. As far as Johnny coming to visit Noreen when she made all the information or all the publicity about it, impossible, totally impossible. But I was.
Okay, I think we're frozen again.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I was just umming.
Okay, there we go.
The West Des Moines Police.
That wasn't a long one.
Hey, we want you to go over to the house and look under the crawl space of the family room to see if his body might be buried under there. Like, and the policeman project out in New Jersey or somewhere. And he says, isn't that something? He came to visit her at her house 2 weeks ago, and now he's supposed to be buried under the basement. So she's made up a lot of stuff that is not true, and it doesn't help. West Des Moines Police won't even talk to her anymore because of everything that she's thrown at them and made up one story after the other.
Last part is him talking about the DNA. I had mentioned earlier that he took the DNA test and has it on file where she won't, and about Bonacci too, which is the guy with multiple personality disorders. Again, just reminding everybody that's who this is in reference to. 34.
Most parents do the DNA testing. I did, but Noreen didn't. She wouldn't do it. In fact, as I just had a rerun and an update on it in Arizona, and the cop there in the St. John's Police Department, his name was James Bond. So,
He's cute, John Gosch, the father.
Because when they called me and asked me if I would give them another saliva test, and I said, yeah, I'd be more than happy to. And they said, well, his name is James Bond. And I said, is this a joke? So, but yeah, there's a bank in Texas that takes saliva tests and DNA testing from parents of missing kids in case they pass away and they find a body or something like that, they got something to relate to it. Don't ask me why she wouldn't do it. Same way as taking a polygraph. She wouldn't take a polygraph test. There's been stories about the boy out of Nebraska, Bonacci. I met him in prison, and the first thing I asked him, I says, and Bonacci's probably about 5'7", something like that, and I said, so if you were involved in his kidnapping, how tall was he when you did that? He said, oh, he came up to about here. And I said, oh, really? Johnny was 5'7" when he went missing. So then I asked the people at the prison, I said, what does he have in his cell? He says so his walls are just plastered with all the information on Johnny. So he said he studied this case. He makes things up all the time, and so I said we could polygraph him, and they said he's got a split personality and probably wouldn't come up with anything. So.
And that's it. And we can go back to this other documentary now. But I wanted to show a little bit of the father's side too, because his stories aren't as interesting because he's not spreading the conspiracy theories, but he's actually out there doing real work till this day, but on the opposite side of where his ex-wife is. Like he's promoting real facts and figures, and the white woman syndrome just started being talked about more after Gabby Petito's parents. Yes, you're right. They did Nash. I watched that. That was really interesting that they have really turned their focus because they didn't realize that. I thought that was really great. So it's just come to the forefront a lot now. So I think it's just illustrative that he's moving forward and doing some advocacy.
Two other boys, roughly the same age, Eugene Martin and Mark Allen, disappeared within a couple of years of Johnny in Des Moines. Neither case was ever solved.
And neither case got the Gosch case did. KCCI's James Stratton takes a look at why, and we'll hear from their families nearly 40 years after they disappeared.
Why don't people remember the name Mark Allen?
Because it never got any publicity. It never got treated seriously. I mean, it was like it happened and then it was over. It was just that fast. There was no, to my knowledge, there was no news broadcastings. There was, nothing in the paper. There was, nothing, just nothing. It was like it never happened. It was like
it really is Nash to see them helping like that. I agree.
Yeah.
36 years after his brother, Mark Allen, disappeared, it's hard to even find photos of the 13-year-old.
It seemed like every single one that I did find, it was the back of his head or something.
But a younger brother doesn't forget the memories of his older one, including the day he was last seen in March 1986.
I can remember the feeling of desperation in the house, of not knowing where he was.
Allen was heading to a friend's house from his on Emma Avenue on Des Moines South Side, and never showed up, never returned, and was never seen again.
With Mark Allen's case, it started off as a runaway, and then over time, you look at it and say, something else is going on here.
That something else is a missing boy who likely isn't a runaway.
I don't know if I lose hope. I just recently decided, I want answers.
Mark Allen vanished 4 years after Johnny Gosch and 2 years after Eugene Martin, another paperboy who disappeared, this time near Southwest 14th Street and Highview Drive.
He's always there. We talk about him every day anyway. We don't forget him. I don't think we ever will, no matter what happens.
KCCI was there as Eugene Martin's family gathered for their first Christmas without him. They've since been through 36 more.
We kept Christmas presents from him for almost 5-6 years. We just kept them.
Martin was delivering papers on a Sunday morning and, like Gosch, was never seen again.
I want to believe that he's still alive. And whoever's got him, all they have to do is let us know where he's at, and we'll go get him and bring him home. But if he is dead, I still want to know so we can bring him home and give him a decent burial.
That closure never came for the Martin family. His sister Kim DeLaca still longs for it.
And it's just like a weird nightmare. You think it's just a bad dream at first, and then you realize down the road it's not a bad dream, it really happened, and he's gone.
Kim was 16 when that weird nightmare of her brother disappearing happened, but she still holds out hope that he's still out there.
Maybe he would see it if he's still around. That's why I came down to the interview.
Des Moines police say they followed every lead they could.
An entire filing cabinet, a full-size tips have filled to the brim.
The one question on everyone's mind, are the disappearances of Johnny Gosch, Mark Allen, and Eugene Martin possibly connected?
That's one of the questions that just pounds on us that we would love to have an answer for. If you could connect the cases, it might make the investigation, go a little quicker in one direction or another.
I had heard multiple times where the cops were saying that the 3 cases were definitely not connected. So this guy is giving us a different story than what's been repeated for decades.
Fuck.
You still
me.
there? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, can you hear me? Did you hear me go, fuck me? It did it again.
Yeah, I heard that.
No, I heard you say, yeah, that the 3K. Now, I've heard, like, from my research, not heard, what I've read, I've heard it say that the 3 cases were completely unrelated, but they've tried linking them, saying all 3 were paper boys. Now, in fact, they were paper boys, but the one who was taken was not on a delivery route that day. It had nothing to do with him delivering newspapers. Like, they're trying to make those connections where there are none. I think it's just kids got taken.
I think it wasn't Mark Allen. Shit, I'm forgetting the other boy's name. The one who was definitely a paper boy and was on a route. I believe both him and Gosch were taken on a Sunday, and that's one of the things that you want to look at is, you know, because the location, the day that they're taken, and a lot of, and you know, if they had acted sooner on these cases, what the first thing that they look
Well, they
for,
did on the second case, though, because that was 2 years later and the legislation had passed. Like, the FBI was there, and Noreen does an interview with them. Like, she's kind of questioning, or maybe it was in that one movie. And they're like, no, the police have been totally helpful. The FBI, like, they're like, no, it's been great, you know, which is totally different than what she experienced.
But one of the things, like, you know, if this Wilbur Millhouse guy was in fact, you know, he's dead, but if they were able to look at him as a person of interest or something like that, what they look for is, okay, like, let's just take Gosh. It happened on a Sunday. That's a weekend. What you want to look for is, you know, people who might have been in that area, who had a sudden change in temperament, behavior, or routine. So, like, a lot of times, if you killed someone on a Sunday, whether it's your first killing or not, you're probably not going to work the next day, and you're also probably going to alter your appearance.
Unless you're BTK.
Well, and BTK
I was going to say, there was a lot of them that...
Yeah.
There are exceptions all around. Yeah, but I get what you're saying.
Right,
Absolutely.
but that in general is one of the things.
Especially with the child victim.
Yeah, yeah. And I know it sounds cliche to say this, but there were neighbors of the Wests in Gloucester who would say, oh, I would hear, you know, sometimes I thought I would hear a scream coming from their house, and I would see people go in, but I wouldn't see them leave. And you know, sometimes I would smell something funny, but I didn't think anything of it. Guess what?
There was a lot going on over at that place.
Don't be, you know,
don't be overzealous, but don't be ignorant and ignore things right in front of your face.
If you're like, hey, what's that funny bleachy smell that's suddenly in the air in the neighborhood? Oh, that's the smell of a carcass. Maybe something happened here. Maybe I should say something to someone. It could just be a dead animal, but it might not be, you know?
Yeah. Yepperoonies.
Yeah, they did.
That one piece, that one something to solve these 2 cases.
We still think about him, you know, daily. One way or another, just want closure.
My mom and dad never gave up hope on him. So as long as they thought he was still out there, then I assumed the same thing.
Yep.
Hoping that yet another
little bit
story,
of nebbiness.
Another sharing of their story that could lead to a cold case getting solved.
Noreen Gosch still believes Johnny was kidnapped and forced into a child trafficking operation. Some people say if he's still alive, why didn't he just call for help or run? Noreen says it's not that simple.
I don't know for certain
if he is living. The one thing I do know from talking to other victims of this type of crime is that some of the other young men said that they would never come back out in the public and be known. It's too hard for them because everybody, if there's been much of a search, everybody knows exactly what happened to them, and they would be.
But wait, Paul
She's
Bonacci
cleaning up her story for the news.
And Paul Bonacci did that. He rejoined society. He was very public about all of that. So she, oh my God, God.
You have this dude who says like Project Monarch, crazy ass story, has to be activated by a code, and was actually like groomed and everything by Michael Aquino. This is all like not true, but Aquino. I try to say it 2 different ways all the time. Anyways,
Aquino.
they haven't killed him, and he's still alive and was able to get married and have a kid. That doesn't make sense. Oh, she still believes him, Nash. She really does. Like this was done in let's see, 2 years ago. And she has a Facebook group with I think there's about 14,000 people in there. I need to look. I have it bookmarked. I wasn't joining it because I don't want those wackadoos to have my name and have any of those people come lurking around for anything. But she has a Facebook group that reinforces that, and a lot of the people in there are like QAnon believers. Even one of her moderators, I believe I read it is, and they post some anti-Semitic and QAnon beliefs in there. And then,
cool.
yeah, it's real bad. I was like, I almost hit join, and I was like, wait, that's your own Facebook thing. Like, you go and look, and you want to get in there and have all that. Just, I was curious for a second, and I pulled back the trigger on it. Because like even the Reddit community for Johnny Gosch tells people not to go there. Like it's just horrible. Like it's an awful place to be with Noreen and her beliefs.
And I mean, and I compared her. I think in our group chat I called her the Sandy Hook hoaxer of missing children parents.
Yeah.
Like she is the Jim Fetzer. She defames people, she spreads rumors, she accuses people. She's doing the exact same thing that the Sandy Hook hoaxers did to the Sandy Hook parents. She's no different. She's no different from Jim Fetzer.
She has 11,500 followers that I can like in that group. That's how many are in that private Facebook group. Because so that's that many people reinforcing everything.
Johnny Gosch isn't a person anymore. She lost that. His father still has that feeling that he's a person. To her, it's a brand. And
yeah, and a prop, and she gets appearances. Well, not anymore, but she did for a long time.
She's spewing QAnon and Pizzagate shit out into the world. And like I said again, there are real cases of trafficking rings. There are real cases of pedophile rings. These things do happen, but because of this bullshit, we don't believe the real people. Look at the Epstein stuff. How hard that shit was to believe when it first came out. Because of shit like this is the reason why we have a hard time believing stuff when it really happens.
I'm back. I could hear you. No, I agree. And that's why we don't. It's exactly. Thanks, conspiracy theorist.
Type of an arena, and they would certainly draw a lot of attention, and they don't want that, you know. There was a group of the boys, and I was working with an investigator who had been a detective in New York, and during his years there, this was his specific job, was the trafficking, and he thought that Johnny's case met that criteria. So when he retired...
Excellent point, Nash. Yes. To everybody in that group, Johnny is an idea now, not even a missing person, just a talking point. Yes, exactly. Yep.
And they forgot.
Had time,
they
and
lost
he really
the humanity.
helped me.
Conspiracy
Yes.
theories
Yep.
destroy humanity. They destroy empathy. And if you go so far, like there's a point, like the Sandy Hook people, once they took that shit out into the real world outside of their private Facebook group, and you see like stuff like Tony Mead like screaming at the pastor at Sutherland Springs saying, "Your daughter's not dead, you're like." Once you get to that point, and Noreen has gotten to that point, accusing her ex-husband of having something to do with it. Once you get to that point, your humanity, your empathy, your sense of reality is gone, and you usually don't come back. And that's why I tell people all the time, even when I was a believer in the Sandy Hook conspiracy theories, I never attacked a parent. I never said, "Oh, we have to investigate these parents," because I had that little voice in my head, don't go too far. What if you're wrong? And Noreen is so, once you have the certainty that you are absolutely right. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, everyone please support
Anytime
Honor.
it comes up, I always post it, yeah.
And but you know, it's sad that an organization like Honor has to exist.
Yeah. And I'm glad it is there. I mean, they came
Yes.
out of it, but I am glad, and Lenny and everybody does such amazing work.
And
I
Lenny,
am
if you're
glad it's available.
listening, we love you.
Always, Lenny, we love you. You're an amazing human being. Amazing.
Well, we came upon information where there was a group of the boys. At that time, they were much younger, and we offered them protection if they would come forward and tell their stories. Johnny was among them. There was about 8 boys, and they all knew one another because they were
We
kept
offered them
prisoner
money if
in
they would tell their
different
stories, and
locations
Johnny was
together.
among them.
So they got to know each other. Not one of them said that they would come forward even with a guarantee as best we could to offer them protection, because they were afraid that if they tried to come forth with what they knew, that their families would die, or they would, because those were the threats they received through all their years. So if you take a child...
This is Illuminati shit. This is Illuminati shit that she's not saying Illuminati, but this is Illuminati shit where you can't trust everyone because everybody is part of it. She's pushing that's Illuminati stuff. And Jesus Christ, lady, just shut up already. Like, she needs to stop spewing this shit into the world.
Well, yeah, and shit, I was saying goodnight to David. Thank you, David, for stopping by.
Thank you, David.
I was gonna say, fuck. Okay, we're talking about that. Okay, Johnny comes back. No, it relates to that. No, I forgot what I was gonna say. It relates to this story she's telling again. Johnny comes back. Where did my train? There's another part of this story.
Oh, you stuffed.
I did. I stuffed. I broke my brain. It'll come to me.
I'm not stuffing as bad lately.
No, you haven't been. It's amazing.
I haven't had edibles since Sunday. I have been trying to clear my head a little bit.
Yeah, you've really been like sharp. I'm not gonna.
Thank you.
Maybe have a gummy once in a while.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, I will, but I
was joking about in the past, but no, I think you're doing really good. No, you're much more clear-headed and like focused.
Thank you.
Child 10 to 12 years old, out of their environment at home, no school, no friends, not even anything that they
I remembered.
Would they have with them.
She tells another story in that longer form that I posted with Ted Gunderson. And there was just, like I said, we would be here for like days or a month trying to get through everything in this story. But she tells a story that she said back when this all was first happening in the first couple years, her and John took out a second mortgage on their house so that they could pay an investigator to go to an underground child trafficking place, like an auction, to see if Johnny was there, and he had the inside deal, could get in there.
It was a motorcycle gang or something.
And when he went there, they paraded all these kids across stage like they were trophies, but Johnny wasn't there. Dude, you didn't turn this into, like, she acts like we're supposed to believe this, and he didn't turn it into the FBI or the police, and you mortgaged your home and paid this dude No, not the motorcycle guy. This is completely different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about that ripped them off with money. No, this is a
Yeah.
completely different one that she believes actually happened. Yeah. Different case. And I'm like, she believes that? Like, he went to, I was just flabbergasted. It's in the Ted Gunderson.
There is another thing to say that about the supposed visit with Johnny late at night. That could have been a hoaxer too. There could have been two people who showed up who knew the
To
shit
fuck with
that
her.
who knew the shit that she was spreading around, and they thought, hey, let's fuck with her. Or it could have been a dream. I've had some pretty vivid dreams of visits with my dead mom, and they feel completely real, and sometimes I'll wake up crying. So I can say that my dead mom visited me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nash, it's making it seem like she's still in contact with him, or has been, like, for this time, that she's like, yeah, and we offered these 8 other kids, including Johnny, money, and we could give him protection, but they said no. We'd rather just stay hidden.
And that to me,
She just keeps building the fantasy.
It's all
Story
Illuminati
building.
stuff. It's all Illuminati stuff, that everything is under control and no one could possibly save these kids. And let's say you are actually a kid who's been sex trafficked, either currently or formerly in your life, and you're seeing this. What Noreen's telling you is there's no hope for you. Give up. Like, no, it's bullshit.
I told you she makes me more angry as you put together all the pieces.
Put them in that
like
type
you go
of
through this range of
situation
emotion.
where they're threatened every day of their life. If you run, if you try to contact your family, we'll kill you, or we'll kill your mother, your brother, your sister, whatever you have. And some of the kids that have been in that situation have told me that's the threats they lived with every day. Well, after a while, you become pretty afraid of anything that moves. You wouldn't take a risk. And so I think that's the mindset with a lot of them.
While there are many theories about what could have happened to Johnny, we still don't have the answers.
Coming up next, how many children are reported missing every month in the United States and the resources available to families.
It's every parent's nightmare, a child who fails to come home after school. Anytime a child turns up missing, the frightening cases of Johnny Gosch and
Me
Eugene
too,
Martin
Nash.
come to mind.
I hope she isn't.
But the majority of
I
Iowa's
hope
missing
so.
children are runaways, and most of them eventually
Do
are
you have something
found.
to say, Steph, or were you just agreeing? I saw your finger.
Yeah, I was just agreeing.
Okay.
Because if she's going out there offering, in the Who Took Johnny documentary, and if anyone wants that, I have a link for that too.
I think my email's on my what's that thing called that you can't have, you got banned. What's that thing called? Linktree. My email's on there if you need to email, and Steph's, like, our stuff's all over our about on Twitch too for links and emails. And I can't add any here yet to the YouTube channel because I'm not putting my face or ID on. I got to wait for 2 months. So, but go ahead, Steph.
But I mean,
but we can get you guys stuff if you want it.
If she's going out there and saying, hey, I lost my son, tell me what's going on, that's fine. Or I'm here to support you, that's fine. But we can pretty much with a 99% certainty assume that she's putting bullshit into their heads. And these other families, they need support. They don't need their head filled with false hope and bullshit. They need
resources, support,
all
of those kind of things. They don't need the bullshit that Noreen's selling. I'm sorry, but I get so angry at her by the end of this. I forgot.
I just get more and more angry, and because my thing was, I was doing a little bit of reading and I was listening to that podcast and kind of getting some of that stuff. We all kind of had our roles of stuff to research.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing some of these videos for the first time and just catching her little lies and, hey, Noreen, if you have nothing to be afraid of, then, take the polygraph test. Polygraphs aren't even admissible in court.
No.
Let's find out if you're telling us the truth about some of the shit.
About seeing Johnny, about the dollar bill, about all of that stuff.
Yeah, and John Sr.'s like, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Anything you want.
He just did his DNA again. that he did an updated one like for Arizona because they had a case that could possibly be or whatever, and it got put on file. Like he's serious.
And you know, if you ever find yourself in this nightmare situation, be a John Senior. Don't be an Irene.
Yes, agreed. All right, we'll play this last little bit here of resources and statistics for everybody.
Whether or not a child is considered a runaway, though, a new law, the so-called Johnny Gosch law, says police must investigate immediately.
We just wanted some type of uniform system so that whenever a child was missing, each child would get that attention, not one child get more attention than another, because our organization believes that no matter if a child is a runaway or abducted, that child is missing and that child is in danger and they need to be found.
Before we go tonight, we do want to acknowledge that while the disappearance of Johnny Gosch is tragic, mysterious, and unsettling, he is just one missing child creating heartache for his family.
According to the latest numbers from the FBI, there are more than 30,000 children under the age of 18 who go missing in the United States every month.
There are many reasons for their disappearances, from children with autism who just wander away, to sex trafficking, to family abductions, and more.
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has resources for families to help prevent tragedies like this. As for Johnny Gosch, his family has gone 40 years waiting for answers, and they are still hoping to see him again.
If you have a tip that can help bring Johnny home, contact the West Des Moines Police. Their number is 515-222-3399.
Thank you for watching this KCCI 8 News special, Searching for Johnny 40 years later.
If you've missed any part of this special.
So that is the Johnny Gosch case. I think the only thing, Steph, if you wanted to talk or if you have any comments before.
I mean, we're running so late and everything, and I know it's late for you guys. I just wanted to say.
No, I'm fine. I was actually going to ask about us talking about the Franklin report after your comment, because just briefly to explain what happened there.
I was just going to say, I encourage everyone to try. I've never been on DNA Doe. Try NamUs. Give it a try. See what you can find. And I also wanted to warn people about some other cases that have become infused with conspiracy theories. The two biggest ones, Brianna Maitland and Maura Murray. And I caution anyone, if you go looking into those cases, to be very careful, because like Maura Murray's parents believe that like within like a 10-minute time span, someone came and picked her up and murdered her. Most likely scenario is that she wandered off into the woods and died of hypothermia, and they just haven't found her body yet. And people have said, hey, I've been in those woods. If she's in there, they're going to have a hard time finding her, no matter how many times they comb it. But the family keeps focusing on this, picked up and murdered by someone. And that could have happened, but it just, when you look into these missing person cases, just be very, very careful that you don't fall down a rabbit hole.
Yep. Just real close to close this out, just because it's mentioned so much, and I will post the Wikipedia down here. Let me do that right now. And I think I have an article on here.
Too bad we can't close it out with Runaway Train.
I know. Copyrights will get you every time. Okay. Here's one article here too. Let me put this down. We're going to talk about just 5 minutes here. That's an article about it. And here's one about the Franklin child prostitution ring allegations. Where is... Jeez. Okay, there we go. There's... Okay, so here we go. The Franklin report refers to the investigation and subsequent allegations known as the Franklin child prostitution ring allegations, which surfaced in Omaha, Nebraska in the late 1980s. The scandal began with claims that prominent local and national political and business figures were involved in a child sex trafficking ring, with children allegedly being flown around the United States to be sexually abused at parties attended by powerful individuals. The allegations centered on Lawrence E. King Jr., who managed the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union. King was accused of hosting lavish parties where minors were abused. The Nebraska legislature formed a committee known as the Franklin Committee to investigate both the credit union's financial crimes and the child abuse allegations. While the Franklin report and related investigations generated widespread conspiracy theories and media attention, multiple grand juries found no substantiated evidence of a child sex trafficking ring and described the allegations as a hoax, resulting in perjury charges for some accusers. Despite this, the case remains a touchstone in discussions of alleged elite abuse networks and cover ups, fueled by books and documentaries that challenge official findings. And that was what we talked about throughout. That's where Bonacci comes in. That's where DeCamp comes in. That's where Ted Gunderson gets wrapped up. All three characters at the bottom of the screen there. So I just wanted to make sure that we talked about that briefly.
Remember, again, there are real pedophile rings. There is real sex trafficking. There is real child abuse that goes on every day in this country and every other country in the world. But throwing this shit out makes the real cases harder to believe. And every time you do this, you damage a real survivor. I'm a survivor of CSA, okay? And I don't know who did it. I know it happened. I mean, there were things that happened as I was growing up that pointed to it having happened, okay? I don't know who did it. I don't care. I'm moving on in my life. I'm not ashamed to admit this. No one should have to be ashamed to admit this, but this stuff damages people. Most of the time when abuse occurs, it is a relative or someone that is known to the family.
Yes.
Re-victimize. And QAnon does the same thing. QAnon is destroying real stories. Oh my God, Wrath.
Jesus, Wrath. I think I knew that, but forgot. Oh my.
And yeah, and this stuff damages what has really happened to people. I'm so sorry, Wrath.
Me too,
I
Wrath.
really
I am
am.
really, really sorry. This was what you were talking about before. I am so sorry, Wrath. Jeez. This is the website's archived. Apparently, in my research, what I came across is her Johnny Gosch Foundation got swept up in all of the disinformation and web hostings and different things for QAnon misinformation, disinformation, and it was shut down. And that's why it's not active anymore. But this was that post you were talking about, Steph, with the host of that podcast.
Yeah, she and Sarah addresses this in the one episode. She says, I took down my Patreon, and she said, I'm not an investigator. I've never claimed to be an investigator. Noreen listens to this podcast. She knows I never claimed to be an investigator. What Noreen should have been doing is reaching out to her and saying, thank you, because this podcast got renewed light on the case. And then in her second season, she's focusing on a case in Connecticut that no one's ever heard of. She's doing good work. And I have a journalism background and stuff like that. She's doing real work.
Yeah.
She actually did find some really promising leads in her Johnny Gosch work. And this is the thanks that she gets. She gets a Jim Fetzer monologue about her.
She posted a cease and desist to somebody. She just in 2014, but I was trying to scroll down where she gets really into no, that's still about the film. MSNBC.
Looks like a conspiracy page. I got to tell you, the
right?
layout.
So she writes this in 2012, and he came to visit her, what, like 9 years afterwards? It's been 30 since you were ripped away from your family.
97, he supposedly visited her, and she said that, and she finally came out with that story in 99.
So weird. Nancy, oh, she was mad at Nancy Grace. She called her Nancy Disgrace.
Oh, that's I mean, I do little nicknames every once in a while, but that's such a conspiracy thing where you like people like the Blue Anon people, they're like, oh, those maggots. And
Nancy
they call the Trump supporter
Uh-huh.
maggots.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, don't
It
do that
dehumanizes
shit.
people.
Yeah.
I was looking for, I don't want all
I
these
mean,
kid
Nancy
ones.
Grace is annoying as shit. Every
Yeah.
time I think of her, I just think of the Casey Anthony case where she was like, "Top mom, shut up."
Oh, I don't know where it is, but they're the FAQs. Where was the one?
Emphasis on the Q.
Is Johnny still alive?
If you ever need anything, just reach out.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's
Thank
just
you
like,
for
it's
sharing
so.
that. Thank you for sharing that. That was courageous of you. That was brave of you.
I know. Phew, I can't imagine what that was like. But yeah, if I have a whole document with links and different things. So if people want any of the stuff that's not in there that that I miss putting up, send me an email or send Steph an email on our Twitch and on the YouTube here. You can find the information, and that's about it. I think you could really go on for days about this, days and days and days.
And I think Quacks and I were saying like Ted Gunderson deserves his
I
own
think we could do
episode.
an episode on Ted Gunderson. I'm even curious, like DeCamp, because he has so much stuff out there. I'm like, I want to know a little bit more about this guy, what he was doing around militias. Like, I'm a little curious of what he was up to with all of his bullshit that he was pulling along all this time.
I would also be interested to search the Bill Cooper database through Fudgy to see if DeCamp was ever mentioned on Bill Cooper. And I've heard clips of I think when Alex Jones was on Joe Rogan.
Which, Jesus, I didn't even get to play DeCamp. I just noticed that. I'll have to add it at the end of footnotes or anybody wants to see it. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Alex Jones was talking about Ted Gunderson. Like,
yeah, he was everywhere.
Yeah.
And it seems like DeCamp was in with the militia, which really interests me. Like, after I watched that interview with him, and like how much it's at the end of somebody leaked, the conspiracy of silence. Well, it's like an hour, whatever it is, and then that video has another hour, and it's all an interview with DeCamp. And I was like, you shady motherfucker, what were you into?
Yeah, and also of interest for people, the man accused of the sex trafficking ring in Omaha, Lawrence King, he was a Republican.
He had a great voice by all accounts. He was an opera singer or whatever. He sang at the Republican National Convention. But you know what? He stole people's money. That's all it was founded. Like
well, he's a Republican.
He was a crook, right?
He
was a crook.
I mean, but and again, I gotta say, when you look into these cases, just remember that's a human. And I always try to close my eyes and picture their bones. And I tell myself, those aren't just bones. That's a person.
Sure.
And, we can't lose sight. I mean, I can't, every time I log on to Hulu to watch Bob's Burgers, which is every day, there's a new true crime documentary. I'm like,
oh, they just smash them in your face. It's everywhere. They didn't even try anymore. They're just like mass consumption, just pumping out bullshit.
What are we even doing here?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Steph. This was like, I don't want to say fun, but it was like a good case to dig into because there were so many different angles to it. It was intriguing. It was heartbreaking. I mean, there were so many emotions. It was just up, down, anger, sadness. Like, oh my gosh, I found this, and just what a ride.
I hope they find
Johnny
some peace.
Mm-hmm.
of him. And even if it's like some of the families of 9/11, they've got bone fragments. Even that is something
that you can put to rest and have a ceremony for.
just I remember the story of a firefighter like carrying in like a body part and saying, "This was my son."
Yeah.
And it's these are
Closure.
real. Yeah, we all want closure, but even as completely insane as Noreen is, and we understand why to some
Yeah,
extent,
100%.
I want them to have their son before they die.
I would hope so too. I really, or somebody to come forward who knows something, like, their relative or a friend of a friend said, "Hey, I did that shit back then," or whatever. Like, somebody come forward, right? It's been so long, like.
And I guarantee you, if they find something and they aren't able to match it, Noreen's going to come out and make up some kind of story about how that can't possibly be him or
Yeah.
something. She'll never, you know.
Never be
And
satisfied.
you have it's hard, and this is a hell none of us can imagine, but you have to either find some kind of peace within yourself or you go crazy. And we saw both sides of that. We saw
Yeah.
the dad finding peace, and again, a mom has a stronger connection because of carrying the baby in the body and all that kind of stuff. But you know, I just don't
Heartbreaking
think,
all around.
yeah. And just remember, this is Johnny got lost in all of this.
Well, and that's the important thing that the dad does. Anytime he speaks or he's done anything, and like even that library talk, he's like, I always say Johnny's the victim. I'm not the victim. Noreen's not the victim. Johnny was the victim. And he tries to make sure at that point. Anybody who ever says to him, like, I'm so sorry, that you're a victim. He's like, I wasn't a victim. My son's the victim. Like, he makes sure he always puts it on Johnny, you know what I mean? Which I think is admirable.
And if you know a neighbor or a family member and you suspect that a kid is being mistreated, whether it's sexually, physically, emotionally, whatever, step in as kindly and as carefully as you can. And if you're in the financial situation where you can take that kid in, or where you can help that family out.
Yes, you can make a call anonymously. I don't know if I would go that
Yeah.
far, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta be careful how
Yeah.
involved, 'cause I'll
Right.
tell you,
And
we had an abusive father next to us in the Army in Louisiana, but because he was a good helicopter, repairman or mechanic, that's it, repairman, and he was one of the best in his units, they kinda turned a blind eye to him abusing and beating the shit out of his wife and his kids being filthy and not having food, and, we were young and poor and a lot of us around, but we would take care, and she had CPS, and she would throw out buckets of dirty water every day, and her kids were starving. Her kid would crawl out the window and escape in his diaper in the middle of the night. I mean,
there's also the
you
case
can
of
only do so much, so don't beat yourself up, I guess is my point.
Yeah.
We did
And
everything we
there
could, and people turned a blind eye, you know?
And there was the Turpin family. They had 13 kids because they were one of those quiverful families. They kept the kids chained to the bed.
Yeah.
Shit on the floor, piss on the floor, rotten food on the floor. One of the kids actually managed to escape, and the kids were so malnourished that they could barely move, even if they got out of the chains.
I
But
know,
one
that
kid
was
managed,
I cried
and
watching that.
then they got put into they got put into various foster homes, and then some of them were abused again.
Hi, Spark.
So,
yeah, I cried.
And I'm sorry we went so long, and I hope you guys enjoyed this. This is a definition of a haunting case, and
It really is. I'm going to get a drink and try to let all of this just wash over me. We got through it. We did it, and I'm going to let it wash over me and curl up with Hunter.
I know we threw a lot at you, and we could literally go we could do a 24-hour live
on just
stream
this.
on just this. And there are so many twists and turns. I was just like, I need a string. I need strings.
To do it because it's so much. I was like, holy shit, this person's involved. Holy shit, this person. Oh my gosh. Like, it was just, it's almost too much. But no, I did enjoy it. I think, it was a good stream, and, we got a lot of information out there and stuff, and I think we did it in the proper, respectful way. So,
Yeah.
thank you everybody who
everyone.
came tonight and is going to watch the replay. I already mentioned you can see it on our About Us on Twitch. It has all of our links, and I think on YouTube here, my link trees here, which also, if you go there to I think my Ko-fi has all of their Quacks and Steph's Patreon and links and stuff are on there. So, anyways, you can find us all over. You'll find all the links, all of our social medias, and Patreon that Quacks does, and Steph's tiny URL with everything that she does too. Thanks, Drew. Thank you for everybody, and everybody watching the
I'll see you on
restream.
Sunday. I will see Drew on Sunday. We're having our first official.
Oh, that's right. I saw you post about that. I'm excited for you guys.
Yeah, so, I know this is a hard topic and it's very difficult to talk about, but most important thing is that always with conspiracy theories, there's always a grain of truth, and the conspiracy theories ruin that grain of truth.
Yes, I agree. I love you, Steph. Good night. And
love you too. And Quacks is probably already asleep.
Oh, he's asleep. He didn't drink enough coffee to stay up to sleep. He tried.
Yeah.
He didn't get to nap today though. That's why he can't hear us making fun of him.
Thank you guys, and
yeah, we appreciate you guys so much.
Always look for the truth, and that's
it shall set you free.
It shall.